What is cracking, everybody? Welcome to the Mix 2023, our first show of the new year and the least pretentious showcase in the game. My name is Justin Woodward. I'll be your host today, co-founder of the Mix, Interrobang Entertainment, and Black Voice in Gaming, as well as a proud advisor on the Black Game Developer Fund. The Mix is all about the games, the creative teams behind them, culture of game development, and showcasing dope games and updates from games you are definitely going to look forward to playing. As a team of game developers and a game dev myself, we have been in the thick of it for years, working with hundreds of developers and finding the best ways to get their game seen to folks who want to see their visions come to life. You're going to be a part of it. Make sure to follow the developers you like through their socials. You could find all of their games on the website, MediaIndieExchange.com, and check us out on Twitter at IndieExchange, everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange, as well as subscribe to our Twitch channel and YouTube channels as well. The developers and publishers on this stream have blessed us with Steam keys to games from their catalog. When you see the following QR code pop up, grab your phones, take a flick for your chance to grab a great game. Once again, we have teamed up with the exquisite folks at Valve to showcase our stream on their platform in order to support the devs. Be sure to check out the Mix event page on Steam, where you can wishlist or play the games that are featured in this event. We want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors for helping to make this thing happen. PlayStation, Raw Fury, and Wilson Sonsini, all of our other sponsors who are equally as awesome. Here they are in all of their glory. Shout out to our broadcasting partners for supporting this showcase and the developers on this stream as well. Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, Steam, you guys are fantastic. Salute to all the developers who are participating that have all contributed their games and resources to making this thing possible. After the showcase, be sure to stay tuned for another episode of Black Voice in Gaming hosted by Kahlief and Destinee. It's going to be a good show. Enough with all the intro stuff. Let's get right into it. For our first set of games, we're going to introduce some exclusive trailers as well as new gameplay footage, starting with a new action title and head into an update on Heart Machine Games' latest revealed game, and follow that up with a game that'll warm your taste buds with some nice savory soup. Let's get started.
upon a time, the world of dreams, reverie, was invaded by nightmares. The Ravenswatch, ravens that protect reverie, called upon fallen heroes of fairy tales and legends to join forces to defend the world. From the developers of the acclaimed Curse of the Dead Gods, this upcoming action roguelite is set in a dark fantasy tale and playable solo or in online co-op up to 4 players. You play as twisted versions of old folk fairy tale heroes: Little Red Riding Hood, the Pied Piper, the Snow Queen. Choose from 6 popular characters, each with their own playstyles. Master their abilities and fight back against the evil corrupting the world. More heroes will be added during the early access. Explore vast and ever-changing chapters with their own cast of enemies and quests. Collect dream shards to buy power-ups and magical objects from the Sandman, and fight hordes of enemies to level up. Each hero has multiple abilities at their disposal. First is the trait, a hero's core mechanic that defines their gameplay. For instance, Scarlet transforms into the wolf at night. Beowulf carries a worm that empowers his next attacks. Aladdin can call the genie of the lamp to make a wish. Each hero also has a dash, 3 different attacks, and 1 defensive ability, finally unlocking their ultimate ability when reaching level 5. These abilities are improved with the experience you gain from battles. Each level up makes you stronger and gives you the opportunity to choose a new upgrade that improves one of your abilities. All of this makes each of the 6 heroes completely unique and gives each run a different flavour. Play them to find out. In typical roguelite fashion, each run is an attempt at defeating the horde of nightmares. If they get you, your run is over and you'll need to restart, but don't lose hope. Each run is an opportunity to unlock better magical objects and upgrades for your next attempt. As well as learning more about the heroes and world stories, Ravenswatch offers countless hours of challenges, both in solo and in 4-player co-op. Find the best combination of heroes, each with their own intricacies, and make those synergies count as the challenge scales with the number of players. Join now and follow us along the journey of making the next roguelite gem.
Hey, this is Lee from Alien Trap Games, and we're showing gameplay of our next game, Gunhead, a roguelike FPS we're releasing later this year. Gunhead is a sequel to our 2017 side-scroller Cryptarch. It takes the same fast-paced gameplay and strategic planning, but now as a first-person shooter. In Gunhead, you take the role of a space pirate crew tasked with looting alien ships. Here I am starting on my own ship further in the game and selecting the next ship to board. So before I board the enemy ship, I can bring up the map to decide my strategy to attack. Every ship in Gunhead is randomly generated, and has a variety of different enemy defense systems on board. My goal here is to take out the core system, but to do that I first need to take out the shield system protecting it. I might also want to take out other defensive systems on the ship, like the factory system, which is creating new enemies. There is also 2 repair systems on this ship, which will quickly repair destroyed systems, so I need to take that out first. Each level in Gunhead has a variety of these defense systems, which interact to make each ship different. To start the mission, I'll go into the hangar to enter a mech suit. Each mech suit starts with a different ability and loadout, with this one having a jetpack and 4 weapons. I can test my weapons here and use the loadout console to change my loadout. In the loadout console, I can select any of the technology I've found on ships. Because this ship has 2 repair systems, I'll equip the remote detonation bomb to take them both out at the same time. Once in space, I can fly around the entire ship and choose the door to attack from. I'm going for the repair systems first, so I'll enter beside one to drop a remote bomb. The goal of Gunhead was to create a roguelike game with intense moment-to-moment action, but still require planning and strategy. Since every level has a random, different combination of enemy systems on it, they need to be approached completely differently. Here I'm trying to take out the sentry system, but since I didn't take out the alarm system before, I've triggered the alarm, and now more enemies know my position. I can also plan my attack right to find health systems on board and new technology like weapons and items. Here I'm using an EMP blast to stun enemies, and a tractor beam to grab an enemy and throw at another one. After destroying the shield system, I can destroy the core to finish the mission. After a successful mission, bonuses are given by our contractors based on our objectives. I can then use that cash to research new technology to add to my loadout. Each enemy ship type in Gunhead has different systems and enemies on board, with some having large bosses as their core system to take out.
Love at First Bite. A reality dating show starring you. The world's sexiest monsters will compete for your affection. What's the worst that could happen?
I just like Drac because, we're taking one of the most beloved characters in fiction, all of fiction, like Dracula, right? To see how Drac plays off the different characters and to really put yourself in Drac's shoes, you feel a bit like you're playing as the Prince of Darkness, right?
So Drac is unique in the way that he is very open to characters, I feel. He just wants to help every character that he comes across and just really eager to learn, I feel like. He just wants to learn and help people out as he travels through the game.
It was wonderful to see a game explore, well, what if he was kind of past his prime and he really hadn't found true love? And we look at him as the ultimate gothic boyfriend.
But I think it's also his journey of, he's been heartbroken, he's been defeated, humiliated, and just the way he is able to come back from that, and the willingness to take other people's advice, take Grimm's advice, and let the past be past.
Grimm's got some baggage, and Grimm is used to destruction, and he's got the opportunity to create. And when he's creating the show, it kind of gets the better of him, and we see a different side to Grimm later on.
The characters are really fleshed out, and they all have one or two personal turmoil things that you get to uncover through pursuing their storyline a little bit more.
So you can romance many characters in this game. It's very similar to the Bachelor style TV show, right? So you have to vote people off at different points. So you have to kind of build relationship with a handful of characters that you like most, and it will funnel other characters out. You vote them off.
When Drac has finally moved on and is ready to become who he used to be, that's when we're going to punch him in the gut. It's going to hurt. But again, we go back to meaningful choice and let the player figure out what that all means in the end, because you're going to be faced with some difficult choices.
Let's get the show on the road.
Yo, Hyperlight Breaker is definitely putting hype in hyper, and Gunhead is looking super solid and frantic. Just looking at Sopa makes me want something hot and tasty, because it is definitely cold in these streets right now. Make sure to wishlist the games on Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, everywhere they're available. Pre-order them, support these devs. Next up, we'll be looking at games that will take you on a journey for adventures into narrative storytelling. Let's go.
When I think back to my childhood, everything becomes blurry. I know I used to go to my grandma's house in Dordogne each summer.
We'll have fun, the two of us.
But these memories have faded and lost their color.
This is... wow.
My escapades along the river.
This place is awesome.
The discovery of incredible treasures. The people. The smell of breakfast in the early morning.
And you haven't seen anything yet.
Gone.
Grandma?
This place is a very special place.
All I remember is that I miss Dordogne.
Shit, did it follow me? You need to run fast and far as you can. He's dead. Hide somewhere and wait. I'll find you. There's no time. Either jump or I push you. Now, woman!
Lord, I beg of you. You can't let me die.
Greetings, valued employee, and welcome to the Ringo CorpoNation. Here, there is no greater dignity than work.
Ringo, live to work.
As the executive of the genome sector, it is my privilege to introduce to you your lifelong assignment. It will be your job to sort samples. There is no need to question the samples. The samples are important, and as such, you are important. I have no doubt that you will give 110%. After all, Productivity is in your nature. Ringo appreciates that a rested mind empowers the grind. That is why, as an employee citizen, you will also be given access to the finest shopping and entertainment. It is your duty to put your money back into the economy. When it comes to the CorpoNation, growth is strength. During your time here, rogue workers may try to entice you into betraying your beloved employer, but I am sure of your loyalty. You know that work is dignity. You know that Ringo provides. Well then, valued employee, are you ready to begin your exciting new life? Good luck. Work hard.
Hi, my name is Frederick and I am a co-founder of Dimfrost Studio and the design director for our game Bramble, the Mountain King. Bramble, the Mountain King is an action-adventure platformer based on dark Nordic folklore and set in a Swedish environment. Our first idea when we started to create the game was to do something with Vikings, but that has already been done so well. So instead, we chose to base our game around Nordic folklore because we wanted to tell a story that is very close to our Nordic hearts, that hasn't been told before. With Bramble, we want to introduce these dark stories to the rest of the world as well. The stories we tell in Bramble are all stories we ourselves heard as children. Stories about creatures that lurks in nature that our parents told us to keep us out of the forest at night. Some of the creatures are dark and scary, but some of them are kind and filled with love. Let me tell you a little bit more about one of the kind ones. This is Lemus, and he might look scary, but he is actually very kind. In his whole life he has looked for a friend, but his appearance scares most away. But when he finds a friend, he will be loyal, a little bit like a happy puppy. Lemus is actually inspired from a creature in a painting by John Bauer. But not all creatures are as kind as Lemus. We all heard stories about a creature in the lake, luring children to him with his melodies. Depending on where you grow up, in Sweden, Denmark, Norway or Finland, you have heard different stories about this creature called Näcken. We have collected a lot of these stories and added our own dark twist to it, and we look forward to seeing you experience it. We hope you are excited to meet Lemus, Näcken and many more creatures when Bramble the Mountain King is releasing on April 27th on PC, PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch and Xbox Series X/S.
Dear Tavarish, we've worked hard these long years, haven't you and I? Don't you deserve something for your devout work for the cause? Doesn't it anger you to see the suits take all the profits from your labor? Perhaps you'd like to worship a prophet rather than worshiping prophets? Attention, intruder detected. Red alert. Workers are to destroy the trespasser immediately. Whoever enters these halls will be equalized whether they want it or not. Wouldn't you love to see their blood on the factory floor you mopped today? Recycled into a new comrade. Glory to Iskra. Glory to the factory. Glory to you.
The twists and turns behind Two Falls has me definitely wanting to jump in 2 feet first in the game. 1000X Resist looks visually spectacular. So many great story-driven titles. Again, make sure to wishlist those games everywhere it is possible, Steam, Xbox, wherever. Help the devs out. The next set of games are sequels and updates to beloved neo-classic indie franchises, as well as some new games that will scratch that strategy, building, and simulation itch. Let's go.
This is Tamarack Trail, where you, as a member of a secret society known as the Sturgeon Lodge, work to uncover the mystery behind a corruption spreading throughout the Canadian Shield. As a member of the Lodge, it's your duty to track down the source of this corruption and put a stop to it. For each run, you have a choice between 3 unique characters, each with their own distinct set of abilities. The Detective, Magician, and Tracker are the first characters you'll be introduced to. Then click on the map in the cabin to begin your journey. Welcome to the Trail. Randomly generated each time you embark, you'll encounter events, enemies, campsites, and treasure, all of which provide helpful items, bonuses, and currency to enhance your preferred playstyle. Combat is turn-based, using a handful of dice instead of an ability bar, adding an element of skill to a familiar and comfortable battle system. You will engage with a wide variety of enemies on the trail, all with their own unique behaviors and attack patterns, which keep you constantly on your toes and making adjustments to your build in order to best adapt to the situation ahead of you. Rolling the dice manually works just like a board game. Hold and release your buffs, and drag and drop your attacks onto your chosen target. Or you can use the auto roll feature instead. Both options are equally viable in combat. We encourage you to try both and find a style of play that suits you best. We'll even have controller support on launch for extra flexibility. You'll also be earning currency to upgrade your lodge and your character permanently. What you're seeing here is still a demo build in active development. In the final game, you'll follow the trail to a variety of different environments, from the secluded woodlands of the Canadian Shield to the decaying ruins of a mysterious ghost cult, and work towards the discovery of a corruption spreading throughout the world.
Overthrowing your despotic ruler has never been more fun than in Let's Revolution, the farcical debut game from award-winning animation studio Buck and the Sonic Maestros at Ant Food. Let's Revolution is a roguelite puzzle mashup that blends the rules of Minesweeper with procedurally generated mazes. Embark on a perilous journey of hide and seek as you uncover the path to your goals. Chase down the cowardly king through the fantastical realms of B-Bomb, while facing off against his army of deadly minions. Gear up with powerful loot and gain amazing abilities as you prepare for the final showdown in B-Bomb City. Choose your hero from 6 unique classes, each with their own playstyle and abilities. Are you a powerhouse like the Charger, who unleashes devastating attacks but must skillfully manage their energy while rushing into battle? Or do you prefer the acrobatic stylings of the Shadow, who uses cunning items like smoke bombs to outwit and outmaneuver? If you believe knowledge is power, you'll love the Oracle, who uses magic to reveal extra information about the world so you could navigate with superior logic. Take a trip through the beautifully illustrated world of Bebom, from the harsh deserts of Phlox, through the lush and mysterious jungles of Cymbidium, to the serene floating islands of Saffron. Along the way, you'll encounter a diverse cast of memorable characters, from the king and his boot-licking lackeys to the colorful shopkeepers that help you along the way. Each character is brought to life through expressive hand-drawn animation and cheeky dialogue. Whether you're a seasoned gamer craving a challenge or a casual player looking to overthrow the monarchy with ease, this revolution has something for everyone. The board game-inspired mechanics keep the focus on the fun of learning new skills rather than crunching stats. And with over 100 abilities and items to try out, there's always something new to discover. This summer, fight for what's right and give the king the royal boot in Let's Revolution. Wishlist now on Steam, and check out letsrevolution.com for all the deets.
Welcome back. Just a reminder to make sure to subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube pages for more announcements, trailers, and interviews, as well as follow us on Twitter and our other socials in order to find out more about these awesome new games and support the culture of game development. Coming up, we have a chunk of games from our friends at Thunderful that range from a new reveal from Team Meat and an update on the up-and-coming SteamWorld universe title. I can't wait.
We're not alone in the mine. Fortunately, it's nothing me and my bots here can't handle. So make sure to have them ready before we start digging too deep. With our great arsenal, the guards will make short work of these bugs. Look at them pop. However, before excavating any of the rocket pieces on the lower levels, I do recommend you build a more permanent defense. Lucky for us, and not so lucky for them, we have bombs. There is no enemy they can't handle. But the enemy is relentless and grows in strength over time. Make sure to expand your defenses or run the risk of being overrun. There's too many of them! Fall back! I say fall back!
Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine and Dr. Mario were such great games. I love the homage being paid to those titles. Wordless is very euphoric and sounds incredible. Looking forward to hearing more from the Thunderful team and the devs they have been working with and supporting. Make sure to show those devs some love by wishlisting, liking, and sharing those games on them socials. Moving forward, our next category is focused on action-adventure titles that take you into the realms of wonder and exploration with interesting world building and immersion, as well as unique narrative design and fantastic journeys.
Hi, I'm Nolan, a game designer for Dave the Diver. let's take a look at some gameplay and content in the early access version of our game. Dave the Diver plunges players into an oceanic adventure set in a real marine environment of a blue hole, with over 200 different kinds of sea creatures.
Now for some of the exploration gameplay.
Dave will explore the deep sea within this blue hole, and come into contact with all kinds of sea creatures, some for capturing to make sushi, and even some more aggressive sea creatures to be wary of. Some you'll want to avoid, but some may be worth hunting. Some creatures you will befriend, that will set you on new missions to take on. Other peaceful creatures you can engage with in other ways, like taking their picture. Once Dave's long day of diving is over, his night begins, where he takes the fish he captured during the day and sells them as sushi to make money, sometimes to special customers. Dave will work hard running back and forth, serving customers sushi, beer, and even tea. But eventually he's going to need a helping hand. This is where staff comes in to take some of the load off Dave. And to get more money more efficiently, he's going to want to upgrade his dishes with the help of Master Chef Bancho. And here's a glimpse of just one of the bosses Dave will encounter. Unique bosses will come in all shapes and sizes. Fighting bosses won't be like hunting just ordinary fish with his harpoon. To take on big bosses, Dave will want to have the right equipment and the right weapons. Dave will need the help of Weapon Master Duff to get the right weapons for the job. This is where having the right equipment becomes such a vital part of the gameplay, and where the money Dave makes from his nighttime activities become important. The money he makes from selling sushi at the restaurant, he will spend on upgrading his oxygen tank and diving equipment, which he will need to take on various intimidating bosses. Dave will encounter bosses mostly at the end of each chapter. Each boss will have its own unique characteristics and weak points that Dave will have to figure out. Not all bosses are based on strength or brute force though, so you will need to figure out what makes each boss tick. But crafting weapons and upgrading can definitely give you an advantage.
So, if you find yourself not fully prepared,
you always have the option to retreat, get the right equipment, then come back later.
We hope you enjoyed a look at the gameplay for Dave the Diver. Early access is out now on Steam, and the full game will release in the first half of 2023. The full version will have more story chapters, more systems, many more fish and sea creatures to find, so we look forward to giving you the best experience possible when the game launches soon.
Wildmender is an open-world survival gardening game where you grow plants to survive and thrive in a deserted world. Adventure with your friends to find new resources, and uncover lost secrets. I'm Cameron, designer at Muse Games, and this is our next game, Wildmender.
I'm Matt, content manager at Kahlief. So, we find ourselves at a small desert spring, surrounded by nothing but sand dunes and dead trees. But there is water here, and with that, we can work to turn this barren land into a paradise.
Yeah, as you do things like expand your garden, dig channels, and unblock springs, you'll be able to make some truly massive gardens. Some people like to make large farms full of grain, while we've seen other players make beautiful nature walks with all sorts of bridges and streams.
This desert isn't all just sand and dust, though. We'll want to go further afield if we want to find something truly special. The salt flats bring new dangers, like this corrupted outpost, surrounded by wraiths. I think we'll need some help for this one.
Making friends with the creatures who survived the destruction of this world will definitely help. Like these little spirits as well. Great job. Not everything in this world is out to get us, though. We can also befriend animals and spirits to help us on our journey.
We've got some new seeds, and a cute companion, so let's head back to our oasis.
Each time we return, we get to see how much we've grown our garden and brought new life to the environment. Let's plant our seeds, refill our flask, and head back out.
We're going to show off a new area, the canyons.
When you first come here, the canyon floors are full of thick, poisonous air. However, we've managed to clear out most of the poison already, and uncover these funky fungi. And there's all sorts of plants down here that'll look great in our garden.
This is great, but how do we get back up?
That is where the wind cloak comes in.
The garden's looking better than ever, and we've even got some animal visitors. But we don't have to enjoy it alone. We can play online with up to 3 friends to build our garden and explore the world.
We've come a long way, but there's a lot more to find out there in the world of Wildmender.
Oh, wow. Huh?
Although I am not a fan of ambrosia salad at all, the most disgusting thing on earth, Mythwrecked is putting my faith back into the nectar of the gods. Looks so cool. Koa, Frogun, and all of the games in that segment look so handcrafted. It makes me excited to check out the future of those games. Before we move forward, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors and developer partners for supporting the showcase and bust out a key drop. Here is your chance to grab some keys, check it out, take a snapshot. Going, gone. If you missed out on that one, we'll have more coming soon. Up next, we are going to unpack our sabers, shields, and guns and get into some new titles in the RPG and strategy category.
Hey, I'm Craig Ritchie, Game Director on Broken Roads, and from all of us at Drop Bear Bytes, we're really excited to give you a look at what the team have been up to lately.
Now the game has come such a long way in terms of the art quality since we first showed it off in 2019. From character redesigns to polished locations and obviously all of the new interiors that the team have been working so hard on. We're just incredibly proud of the way it's looking, and we really want this to be one of the most beautiful RPGs you've ever experienced. The writing is also very close to complete, and there are hundreds of moments throughout the game where you'll be able to see the world or the people in it that you've met early on in your journey react to the choices that you've made. Small moments that you may have thought was just an insignificant choice can really come back in a big way later on, so we're super excited to see how players, what they pick up and what they notice, and also the different experiences that different players have based on their earlier choices. So expect Broken Roads to take about 25 hours to complete, but with 4 origin stories, 4 moral quadrants, and 36,000 possible places on the moral compass. One of the things we're really excited to see is the many ways that the game can be played and replayed based on whatever worldview you want your character to have, and the way the moral compass slowly shifts with every moral decision we make. This is a new system. It's experimental. It's something we're really, really keen to get into players' hands. The reception to it has been really great so far, and yeah, we've got some really, really cool moments in store, and very keen to see how players will vary from who they are in real life versus the character that they want to roleplay with the scenarios that we've set up. Now, as part of the move from 2D tile-based art to a fully 3D world that we've got now, we've also updated the combat, moving it from the grid-based format it was when we first showed off the game in 2019 and 2020 to fully free-form movement. So along with that, there's a full UI overhaul. We've got out-of-the-box support for console controls, mouse and keyboard, and yeah, some really new fun enhancements to the AI as well. So yeah, very keen to see what players do with that.
Just like the original Fallout and more recently Disco Elysium, there's ways to talk, puzzle, explore your way through non-violently if you do want to try one of the many pacifist paths through the game.
We've also taken multiple trips to Western Australia, added in many real-world locations, trying to keep everything authentic. We've taken thousands of reference photographs on our trips there, and the art team have done an absolutely fantastic job of bringing these, well-known towns, major landmarks, and even some lesser-known spots that you'll encounter along the way or uncover as you go. We're really looking forward to finally getting the game into players' hands later on this year, but until then, we've got a lot more lined up to show you in the coming months, so please follow us on socials, check out our YouTube, and of course, wishlist Broken Roads on Steam. Thank you.
Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew, is a stealth strategy game that's set in the Lost Caribbean, which is an alternate history version of the Caribbean we know, and it's set during the golden age of piracy. And your goal is to assemble a crew of cursed pirates with cool magical abilities to find the legendary treasure of Captain Mordecai.
The vision for Shadow Gambit was to really push the genre. We want to give the players as much freedom as possible this time. And for the first time, we added magic, which opens a whole new world of opportunities.
So we have these islands that you can explore, where you can play the way you want to play. And we have the characters with awesome abilities, and you can combine them as well the way you want to. So every mission becomes kind of unique depending on what you choose. And that's the strength of the game, and it's sort of the core we're aiming for. The freedom starts with a pirate ship, as it should in a pirate game. Her name is the Red Marley, and she's basically one of the main characters in the game as well, so you can talk to your ship. And you can use the Red Marley to sail to different islands in the Lost Caribbean and have missions there.
We moved from a linear mission order, a linear story, to an open structure. And it's up to you which island you want to visit first, which mission you want to tackle. Every island is like a small sandbox. So you choose like, oh, the beach looks very nice to me. I've never been there. I want to enter there. Then you go on your mission, you complete your objective. So overall, it's really up to you how you explore each island.
You can also choose the crew you want to bring on that mission and see, I want to maybe tackle it this way, so I'll bring these guys and gals with me. Or someone else might have a very different idea, and the mission plays very differently on whatever you choose.
This time, your crew is enhanced by soul magic, which makes them more powerful, so you can tackle some situations heads on, and if something goes wrong, you're already dead and cursed, you can revive your characters.
Since we finally have a world filled with magic, we can give these characters magical abilities. We're not constrained by, well, boring things like realism anymore. So we can give these characters extremely crazy and fun skills that we couldn't before. And that's something I'm very excited about. In our first gameplay trailer, we already showed you 3 of the characters, and now we're gonna unveil a 4th one. His name is Toya, and he's an undead ninja pirate, basically, which is pretty awesome in itself. And he has the ability to teleport around long distance. So that makes him very strong. You can use that to attack and just stab a guard, teleport onto them, or you can use it to escape. Maybe you ran into some place, caused some mayhem, and you just teleport back out there so the Inquisition can't get you.
So if you master him, you can nearly be in 2 places at once. And the real fun then comes from combining your different team members and experiment with their skills and find new synergies.
We're very excited to show you more of Shadow Gambit, the Cursed Crew in the future. So please, wishlist the game on any platform of your choice. Thanks.
Hey, so I guess I should tell you a bit about myself. The name's Woody, and I got kicked out of my last school for fighting. No big deal, really. Other than my mom freaking out and threatening to kick my butt if the same thing happened at the school. All I'm trying to say is school is tough, but you gotta be tougher, you know? Parents just don't get it. Anyway, I've met some pretty cool people here. But there are a couple of jerks who are just asking for it. And before you bring up my mom, I was only defending myself, okay? I just want to get through this year in one piece without someone calling me a troublemaker.
In our last segment, we slowed things down and had some great RPG and strategy games. We're going to shift gears and get into some games all about that action. We have some quality titles that range from roguelike side-scrollers to fast-paced and methodical shooters and everything in between. Let's take a look.
This is Elsie, a roguelike, hyperkinetic, neon-drenched action platformer that will test your skills to their limits. You play as the fearless titular character Elsie, an android on a mission to save her world from the disasters that have plagued it. To do so, you'll have to travel through multiple wild and unpredictable locations, each filled with countless enemy robotic hordes. But fear not, Elsie comes equipped with a powerful arsenal of weapons and abilities to help her take on any challenge. From the trusty sidearm to elemental cannons of destruction, there's a weapon for every situation. With a huge list of items and augments to customize each run, you can tailor your playstyle to suit your preferences. As you progress through each biome, you'll encounter powerful bosses that stand in your way. These epic battles will test your skills and strategies to their limits, culminating in a final showdown with each biome's guardian boss. With a stunning neon-drenched art style and a pumping soundtrack, Elsie is a game that will keep you on the edge of your seat. So get ready to take on the challenge of this thrilling, action-packed game and save your world from certain destruction. In Elsie, players start their adventure at the Sapir Wharf, a peaceful bastion where the survivors of the attack on Dr. Gray's city have taken refuge and will serve as the game's main hub. Here, the player can take the lighthouse teleporter to the very first level, the Eclipse Skyport. The Eclipse Skyport is our aerial biome, which houses our first guardian, Celestia. Accompanying Celestia is an army of different enemies that Elsie will encounter. Enemies such as the Valkyrie, Seraphim, and Wind Elemental will make Elsie's path a bit more difficult. Upon defeating the boss at the end of the Skyport, the player then must choose from one of 3 teleporters that will take them to the next biome. Each individual run will go over 3 of the 5 biomes. Our team has put a lot of emphasis on the game's art style and level design. The environments are full of detail, and the encounters are challenging but very rewarding. The Forge Master's Caldero, located in the volcanic grotto, is home to Ash, the Forge Master. Ash is a master of creation and destruction. She has the ability to shape metal and rocks, and has created some fiery enemies that Elsie must contend with on her journey. The Hardin is the home of our Queen of Thorns, Rosalind. As our nature biome, it's home to some unique enemies that will try to slow down Elsie as she tries to fight through the fungus that has taken over this kingdom. Each biome will have some small Easter eggs of people and games that have influenced us all. Let us know if you found any yet. We've made sure that each biome has its own unique look, style, and feel, offering a new atmosphere with every run, new bosses to defeat, and one memorable guardian fight to cap off the biome. These are only some of the worlds and bosses that await Elsie. Our team has been working tirelessly to ensure that Elsie offers a dynamic gameplay experience with every run. Players will level up and evolve their run by obtaining different items, weapons, and augments found throughout all of these environments. These items will drastically change how a player will experience the game, making every playthrough a unique adventure. We are so excited to be working on Elsie, and we cannot wait to share it with the world. Stay tuned for more updates on our developmental journey, and we can't wait for you to experience the game for yourself. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you at the wharf.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be able to introduce our project through the Mix Showcase. The Devil Within Satgat begins in a small country in the east. One day, a black wedge suddenly appeared in the sky, and the red oil that flowed infinitely from it was a substance that could replace all energy and, surprisingly, cured all diseases. It even possessed the efficacy of governance. Thanks to this small country achieved great prosperity. For a while, the abundance did last. Suddenly, news of demons appeared, and more than half of the people in the country became abnormal in an instant. In the end, people realized that the Black Wedge was the cause of all the problems, and led General Hong Sang and Royal Guard Kim Lip to set out together to destroy the heart of the Wedge. The game is a side-scrolling action game with an emphasis on combat using swordsmanship. In the early stages of the game, it starts with gameplay that involves using simple slashing attacks, dodging and guarding to anticipate the timing and exploit the weaknesses of the enemy. Later on, as Kim Lip grows, he learns various and flashy techniques. We designed and implemented a lot of system devices in the game because we never wanted to create a spectacle where the player is easily defeated by mashing buttons. We are putting our heart and soul into providing you with interesting experiences in various aspects. Today, we would like to introduce you to the boss battles that we pursue. This boss battle scene was revealed through the Tokyo Game Show 2022. It's a battle with the first main boss, Lee Chung, the mercenary captain. Our focus in implementing this battle was to design it to feel like a fighting game. We put a lot of effort into creating scenes where similarly balanced fighters engage in offense and defense, digging deep for openings and unleashing combination attacks. And this scene is a battle with the giant boss, Mother Gaia, which was created during the initial prototype phase. Since it is a boss battle that was developed very early on, we are currently reworking it for a more exciting combat experience. Our goal is to make all aspects of the boss room part of the game's variables and create a variety of tense situations. We are also excited to see if we can describe some unconventional tactics after the rework. This game and the hero Kim Lip's story are still shrouded in many secrets. Please pay attention to the epic story of Kim Lip's resistance against the malevolent 10 evils who are leading the world to destruction. And we will do our best to develop the game to make this journey an interesting one for you. We ask for your continued support and interest. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Craig Hauser. I am a level designer at Angry Mob Games. We're working on a brand new action roguelite called Trinity Fusion, a sci-fi side-scroller with a big emphasis on smooth, satisfying combat. In Trinity Fusion, you'll play as Maya, a woman psychically connected with her 3 parallel selves across the multiverse. Their worlds are falling apart, and you and your counterparts are the key element in a plan to reconnect them, fusing each of their worlds back together into one stable timeline. The worlds of Trinity Fusion are in a constant state of flux. Each time you step out into the multiverse, levels are procedurally generated out of hundreds of handcrafted rooms, arenas, and challenges. As you reclaim key areas in each universe, you'll unlock access to new starting points, allowing you to hop between universes to bypass certain areas, giving you a bit of extra freedom to choose your path through each run. Whenever you come back from the multiverse, you'll be returning to the Citadel, hidden away in a pocket dimension. It's complicated, but this is where a small cabal of engineers are working to help you in your mission. Among them is Sendara, Maya's partner, who maintains the machines that link Maya to her counter-selves. By bringing Sendara materials, she can augment the link between Maya and her other selves, unlocking new, permanent upgrades that you can equip before you head out again. Trinity Fusion is all about great feeling combat. It's a dance of slashes and dodges punctuated with satisfying special moves. You'll strike enemies with your melee weapon to build up power, dodge their attacks when you see their eyes flash, and then blow them away with powerful energy weapons like rocket launchers or heavy battle hammers. Each of your alternate selves have their own set of unique abilities, weapons, and traversal tools to help them fight through their worlds. Altara has a drone equipped with a short-range teleporter, allowing her to reach distant areas and bypass foes. It's also handy for collecting items or activating a distant switch. Naira has an active camo module, allowing her a brief moment of invisibility to quickly disengage from a fight or slip past an enemy undetected. Kara's cannonball ability is great for both starting a fight or ending it, or just crossing small gaps. These abilities don't cost energy, operating on a cooldown instead. Try mixing them into your gameplay to give yourself more of an edge in combat. We're really excited to share Trinity Fusion with you all. We can't wait to see what you think of the game when you finally get your hands on it later this year. In the meantime, wishlist and follow us on Steam to stay up to date with our progress, and we'll see you out there in the multiverse.
Stations owned by Shad Enterprise are suffering merciless attacks from the extremist organization Botany Manor. They pose us with a greater challenge by infiltrating frontier missions in cooperation with traitors, manipulating and spreading hostility among frontiers, leading them to their demise. All of that to get their hands on the invaluable Keystones. Keystone is a new type of matter discovered by Shad, the new generation of energy source that will brighten the path to a prosperous future for humanity. Your mission as a loyal space frontier is to destroy all energy cubes in the mission area. Failure is not an option. If any energy cube is not destroyed in time, it will collapse onto itself and result in a massive explosion. You must, at all costs, destroy all energy cubes and protect the Keystone from falling into the hands of the traitor and Blamon. Blamain. Only with Shad's boundless dedication and Space Frontier's assistance can we preserve humanity's sole hope of survival, New Columbia!
And maybe you'll get some monetary compensation and a certificate, and maybe even a shiny badge. I don't know. Let's just go to the Frontier Training Center already.
Hey, hello out to Stugana, Anton here, CEO of Perfect Random, and this is our game, Sulfur. Sulfur is based on pretty much everything we like. There's a lot of gore, a lot of guns, and it's pretty difficult. This is the first time we show a little bit more of the game. You play as a priest, your congregation was put into flames and your church was burned down. You chase the antagonist down to this cave, you start exploring, and that's what we see now. Here are designers trying to fight off some dogs, and yeah, he died there. And there's a lot of that, dying. And if you die, you lose all your stuff, but that's part of the difficulty and part of the appeal. And when you actually clear an area, you feel a bit of achievement. You can strategize and use your grenades to clear out multiple enemies. Here you see him enchanting his weapon with the Plague Scroll. This will add poison damage to his bullets, so he can strategically put dots on enemies and kind of kite them out. We tried to create tactile, creative weaponry where you can combine things how you want them and be creative. You can add different scopes, silencers, red dot sights, and other fun stuff. So next to the poison enchantment he added to his gun, he also added a fire enchantment to his shotgun. Here's a revolver type gun with a silencer and a scope. And that's a goblin civilian who will alert the others unless you kill him pretty fast after you hurt him. And you probably will, because you're a sadistic megalomaniac. Just be careful not to put yourself on fire. Now you're gonna eat that chocolate, eat that taco, eat that dumpling. Move on. Good times. Making the enemies die in cool ways is one of the core design pillars of the game and very important to us. It's also important to us that you find new stuff whenever you repeat the run and you play again. And you have new things to discover, new things to explore, and the levels will change as you go. Another way we make the environments feel varied and different is that we work with multiple artists who will compose music for the different areas of the game, which will make them have their own kind of feel, their own kind of voice, and a unique type of artistry for every area. We have so many inspirations for this game, and we're not really hiding any of them. We just want to make the game that we ourselves want to play, and we think that you want to do that too. Wishlist our game on Steam, follow us on Twitter and other places we post, and yeah, follow our progress. Thank you.
Champion! Prepare thyself. The universe awaits.
Greetings everyone! I'm Simo Talasranta, composer, sound designer and writer at Still Running. I'm thrilled to present to you today an exclusive sneak peek of our upcoming action RPG, Morbid, the Lords of Ire. Morbid, the Lords of Ire is the second installment in the Morbid game series, following its isometric pixel art predecessor, Morbid, the Seven Acolytes. In order to take the series to the next level, we took the daunting leap of bringing the world of Morbid to the third dimension, and are now eager to show you what we've been working on. In Morbid, the Lords of Ire, duty calls the striver once more. The devious deities, known as the Gahars, have risen anew in the ancient land of Ire through their fresh brood of dreadful acolytes. You, a fierce warrior bound by duty, must traverse the accursed land and slay the fallen lords of the 5 factions to rid the Gahars of their flesh. Many of the key features from the first Morbid game will make their return in Morbid, the Lords of Ire, only this time with even more depth and diversity. Such features include our perk-based player upgrade system, our rune-based weapon upgrade system, as well as the ever-so-punishing insanity system. Essentially, we took what was great about Morbid and made it better still. The combat mechanics in Morbid, the Lords of Ire have been given a lot of love. Both the Striver and her enemies have been equipped with extensive and highly responsive movesets in order to produce versatile combat encounters with several exciting ways of resolving them. And to amp up the variables even further, the Striver has over 10 different weapon classes with unique wielding styles and combos to utilize in battle, as well as a one-of-a-kind firearm, the Spectral Blaster. In addition to these revamped core features, Morbid, the Lords of Ire will also offer a variety of memorable characters, quests, looting, new game plus modes, and of course, a lore-filled world of abysmal beings and gore galore. We are super excited to bring Morbid, the Lords of Ire to consoles and PC later this year. Stay tuned, wishlist us, and follow us on social media to be among the first to know the release date of Morbid, the Lords of Ire. Thank you so much for your time, enjoy the rest of the show, Magratheus bless you, striver.
Hello, we are the developers of Lethal Honor Order of the Apocalypse, and we want to tell you something about the game. Lethal Honor Order of the Apocalypse is an action roguelike adventure. The game is set in a future in which the apocalypse has taken place. The game is based on this comic book style. We really wanted the player to feel that they are reading a comic book, that they are playing a comic book. So everything in the game is hand-drawn. You play as an agent from an organization in charge of killing and destroying all the paranormal activities in the world. In this game you use all sorts of weapons and abilities to kill enemies. The idea is to have two different weapons at the same time, and if the enemy is a big, heavy enemy, you use a big, heavy weapon. But if you are surrounded by enemies, you should use a more agile weapon, for example a dual katar, because if you are using the wrong weapon, you most likely are going to die. So by playing this game, you get to learn more about the universe, which is a very wide and vast and dark universe. You will unveil a story, a dark story, to be told to you by comic books and by panels and conversations, and you unveil a different universe in which the dark and the horror is present, and you are the only one capable of saving the world.
The man works. The man fails. Over and over, discarding that which he creates, consumed by disgust, by despair, his own hideous uselessness. And in the lightless catacombs beneath, she whispers, "The heart is yours for the taking," the voice insists. They soothe one another. They talk in the dark. They never stop. A conference of lonely monsters. In his preoccupation, the man has let the other ones slip from his mind. In that shadowed hall, a man rises to his feet, surrounded by strange machines, the instruments of his numerous failures, and he laughs, long and bitter and sad.
All of those games are looking super slick. Sulfur and Luna Abyss, I cannot wait for those. The Devil Within looks super dope. Can't wait. Over the years, we have showcased hundreds of devs who are up to the challenge of becoming creative hustlers in the game industry. With that being said, we want to honor the great sacrifice and energy it takes to release a game with some updates and new reveals from Mix alumni whose games are on the precipice of release.
Hi, I'm Mark Cook, CEO of Shiny Shoe. As a studio, we're best known for our roguelike deck-building card game Monster Train. And now we're working on a new roguelike, Inkbound, and I'd like to show you how it plays. Let's go! Upon entering the game, you start out in a magical library called the Athenaeum that contains all stories ever written. It acts as a central MMO-style hub where you can take on quests from NPCs, change character classes, chat with other players, and party up with them. When it's time to start a run, players select from unranked or ranked modes, and then teleport into the Sea of Ink. As a roguelike, we want players to experience a high density of interesting decisions and the payoff of going from weakling to god over the course of a strategic roguelike run. You'll make a variety of decisions throughout a run to upgrade ability bindings, draft vestige items, and choose what types of risks and rewards you want to take on. After choosing initial upgrades, you must choose a book to visit from the Athenaeum's library. Today, I'll choose the Proving Grounds. A threatening force called the Unraveled is seeking to destroy the books of the Athenaeum. Throughout each book, we'll encounter the Unraveled, and it's our job to defeat them and save the stories. Inkbound may look like an action RPG because you can move freely, but it's not. Combat is turn-based. Abilities are aimed during the player turn like MOBA skill shots. We've taken care to make the game really fluid. There's no grid, players can act quickly, and in multiplayer, players can act in any order. Each combat ends in rewards and more decisions. Choosing wisely is required to survive. Live long enough and you'll face a villain, the final boss of the run. Win or lose, we update your progress in a detailed logbook, tracking a variety of objectives, with many hours of challenging gameplay required to complete them all. I hope you liked this small snippet of Inkbound gameplay. We're launching in the second quarter of 2023 on Steam in early access. Hope to see you in the Athenaeum.
Hi everybody, my name is Thomas Sala. I am the creator and solo dev of Bulwark, Falconeer Chronicles, an upcoming open world sandbox builder that's getting a demo as well, and I'm here to show it off to you. So let's just dive in. Everything you see on the screen right now as I'm flying through my settlement, I built earlier in the game. The harbors, the big fortified center, even the bits of industry which are down here in the corner, the dockyards and the place that people live. It's all built in the game using procedural systems of the game. I can skip down to the ground mode and let's do some building. As you can see, I can just select the nearest building. It's all sort of a nodal system. And from any tower, a build line will extend. And I can click literally anywhere and a tower will be built and it will be connected. I can even try to get up here because it's 3D and we can go all the way up the mountain. We can connect it back to existing buildings. And if we play good enough attention, we'll see people move in. There's one person already set up their house. And as we keep building, basically what you build is filled in by the population of your settlement. You can build out these things called foundation. You can also upgrade your towers, in this case to stone, and build stone walkways. And we can even build defensive works that come with these giant fortified bastion-like structures, which I can build. I'll build sort of messily, attach some stuff. We can go up a number of floors, add some stuff there as well. And when you finish one of these towers, they can become command towers. And that means you can assign one of the commanders, which you find in the open world or, from a friendly faction, to your tower. And what will happen is, if I go back to flying around mode, they will transform that tower into their headquarters and spawn, in this case, giant dragons to support you on your explorations and defend your settlement as well. And when we enter the open world, we'll now have this little, how do you call it, a task force defending your surveyor. Let's see if there's anything on the map interesting. There is something there, just behind us. So let me fly past my settlement into the world. And you can see these question marks pop up. That's actually probably a captain wanting to sell their services. And he's docked at our little city. Oh, there's. But a question mark can also be a hostile encounter, and there's a faction and a resource system also in play there. In this case, it's a small pirate outpost that's set up really close to our settlement. I don't know if I approve of that. And they actually want to join me, which I'm not in favor for. They're pirates. Let's see what happens when my new task force of giant weavers gets to work and I dodge any incoming fire with my little surveyor, which I'm now controlling with the mouse. While I'm also trying to track what's happening. So while these guys hopefully finish up the pirates or myself, that is an introduction to Bulwark. A demo is available now. You can try it out yourself. It's open development, so the demo will expand, and all your feedback just helps to make the game better. So thanks, and Bulwark.
Welcome to the afterlife. Have a Nice Death is a 2D action roguelike where you play as CEO of Death Incorporated, Death himself. Death Inc. is responsible for processing all souls entering the afterlife. But even Death can't escape the piles of dreaded paperwork. So he created the Sorrows to help with his reaping. But instead, they've gone out of control, making even more work instead of less. As the CEO of Death Inc., you'll need to whip those Sorrows into shape and get them to follow orders so you can get back on with your vacation plans. Manage your way through the 7 departments of the afterlife and set the company on track. And no need to fear, the company has plans to expand with new departments. The only thing you can count on at Death Inc. is death itself. But it won't be a grind. Department floors have a variety of different options to choose from, and are uniquely arranged to keep every attempt new and intriguing. As Death, you need not rely on just your own skeletal hands. With 70 weapons and spells at your disposal, you'll be sure to find the perfect tool to put those Sorrows back in their place. And for every failure is a shiny silver lining. Use your earned ingots from each attempt to unlock new items. And level up to unlock new perks on the upgrade tree. So you can get back to hacking and scything away. For now. Once you've changed failure to complete success, there are 15 difficulty modes to challenge yourself with and become the ultimate CEO. Still haven't gotten the hang of it? There's even a mode to make things a little easier for you to get your footing. Running Death Incorporated is a challenging endeavor, but luckily you have a plethora of useful features. Give yourself helpful curses with downsides, happening only some of the time. Head down to the forge and empower your weapons, or even accept some special contracts before heading out. Along with a range of other options, the company has the utmost confidence in you to get the job done. So, don your cloak, grab your scythe, and get ready to have a nice death.
I'm David Hasselhoff, You know there's a new game called Kung Fury, Street Rage, and starring me. It's the Ultimate Edition. Hello There Games, developed on a platform near you.
Kung Fury Street Rage. Brand new ultimate fighting coming your way. Play as Hasselhoff. The world's most iconic lifeguard steps in with his singing prowess and... oh, that's some nice chest hair, sir. More action, more awesome. Enjoy the breathtaking multiplayer as Player 2 joins the fight. Yeah, 2, because teamwork makes the dream work. Choose your stage. Punch Nazis in the sewers, on the beach, in the Viking Age. Hell, punch Nazis everywhere, all the time. Kung Fury Street Rage. Soon available on a platform near you.
Much love to all of the developers who have been grinding on their games. We're honored to let you know that Kung Fury, the physical version of the game, is out now for pre-order on LRG, limitedrungames.com, as we speak. So go ahead and cop that. All the games are looking so good. Make sure to wishlist them and follow them on their socials. Support them however you can. Also, subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels for more content. And go to MediaIndieExchange.com to check out all the links and all the game pages. For our final segment, we're going to look into some of the most interesting and innovative games that have a different dimensionality of fun experiences that just straight up hit different. Let's take a look at some up-and-coming creative games with personality that are a breath of fresh air.
Welcome! May I introduce you to Henry. Henry's not just anyone. If they're anything, they're, well, everything. Henry can transform into everything in their reach. Yes, everything. And that's how they manage their daily life. It's how they make their bed every morning. Or how they enjoy a beautiful bubble bath. It's how they make their morning coffee. How they relax and calm down. Or how they care for what they love. Finding joy in the simplest things. Get to know Henry's life story, from their carefree days as a baby to their first responsibilities as a working adult, until their calmer, more laid-back senior years. Double the Henry, double the fun. Play Henry's not-so-ordinary everyday life in co-op mode. Henry, everyday life with a twist.
Hi, I'm Ed from Secret Mode. We want to welcome you to the wholesome world of Lottelnut, the debut title from Moon Lagoon. Lottelnut is a cozy aquatic survival game where you're a space janitor who's sent to clean up a polluted ocean planet abandoned by a megacorporation. You begin your Lottelnut adventure near Ripple Reef, a shallow coral reef area where you can get to grips with the basics of cleaning up, picking up cans, bottles, and six-pack rings, and using your bubble gun to zap the toxic sludge off surfaces. You also have a handy scanner to pinpoint hard-to-find pollutants. Cleaning an area causes plant life to flourish. The team have spent a lot of time tweaking the zapping mechanic to make it feel as satisfying as possible. Think of it as a power wash swimulator. Every biome you visit is more heavily polluted than the last. Flotsam Flats, our second area, is a crater-pocked environment littered with shipwrecks and cargo crates. Restoring this area requires more effort. For example, you can't just zap these crates. Instead, you'll have to pry metal latches off their corners to crack them open. Luckily, you can put all your collected trash to good use by turning them into material bits to upgrade your bubble gun. Better yet, you'll build new cleaning tech, such as purifier bombs, trash vacuum drones, and ride-on goop scrubbers. You can also expand your oxygen levels to extend your range without needing to race back to base to top up your supply. Or you can build and place new oxygen rings out in the world itself. Pro tip, cleaning tubular sponges also releases air bubbles to gulp down. And now, for the stars of the game, the Loddles. These friendly axolotl-like aliens are the lifeblood of Lottelnut. While it's technically your job to clean these oceans, you'll want to do it for your new friends. When you meet your first Lottel, it's covered in muck, and our bubble gun is too harmful to use on it directly. But what if we try... That's better! Lottels are very friendly and love to follow you. You can feed them, pet them, and even communicate with them. During development, the team looked at amazing games such as Subnautica and Abzu, but the biggest inspirations of all are Sonic Adventure 2's Chow Garden mode and Tamagotchi. The team really wanted to capture the joys of hatching and raising cute alien friends. Lottels even evolve depending on what you feed them, and we hope you'll love them as much as we do. Lottelnut is coming to PC later in 2023, but you needn't wait that long. Wishlist the game on Steam, and you can dive right into our playable demo. Restore Ripple Reef to its former glory, and befriend your very first Lottel today.
Hi, I'm Preeti, and this is my game Gordlets. Gordlets is a cozy city-building sandbox. Place buildings and scenery, and then watch visiting Gordlets arrive and interact with the world. No objectives, no scores, just building. You can make your island as large or as small as you want, with a variety of buildings and plants and other objects to choose from. The Gordlets will start fishing on docks, roasting marshmallows by the fire, and interacting with the world you've created. You can choose whether it's day or night, and you can control the weather. You can even enter buildings and turn them into cafes, libraries, houses, and more. There aren't any stressful objectives or time limits, and nothing to level up or keep track of. It's just about building a rich world and watching it come to life. Gordlets is the perfect game to relax and unwind with no objectives to worry about. Just build, create, and watch as your world flourishes.
Welcome to Botany Manor, a stately home in 19th century England. You play as Arabella Green, a retired botanist, exploring her house and gardens filled with research to figure out the ideal habitat of forgotten flora. Build your herbarium by growing each plant and discovering the mysterious qualities that they hold. Botany Manor is an exploration puzzle game where you play as a retired botanist. Botany Manor is set in the 19th century, a time of great scientific discovery. Explore a complete historical English manor and its grounds. There are many rooms and gardens to discover, all set inside a beautiful countryside surrounding. Botany Manor is a relaxing and peaceful environment. Feel free to stop and smell the roses. The puzzles you solve in Botany Manor come in the shape of growing plants. Find seeds, pot them, and carry your seedlings to their right environment. The plants you need to grow are fussy, and finding their ideal habitat will sometimes require you to think outside the box. There are many interactive items scattered around the house that can help you achieve this. To figure out each plant's habitat, you'll need to gather information by inspecting clues such as botanical posters, newspapers, letters, paintings, and postcards. Literally anything you encounter can be useful for your research. Room by room, you learn more about the life and career of Arabella, and the challenges that she faced as a woman navigating her scientific career. You can wishlist Botany Manor now on Steam, and to stay up to date on the latest news, you can follow Botany Manor on Twitter and TikTok.
Hats off to all the teams that put so much energy into making something different and exciting. Henry Halfhead looks like my jam, and I cannot help but seeing the Fifth Element and Crazy Taxi and the Yellow Taxi goes vroom. So cool. Well, that's it, guys. So many dope games, awesome devs and experiences to look forward to. I think you should just throw money at the screen right now because those games look so delectable. Time for a key drop. Our final one. Take out your phones and take a snapshot of the QR code on the screen. Check it out. Grab some keys. Yes. And that's it. Be sure to check out the Mix event page on Steam where you can learn more about all of the up and coming games on this show, play some of their demos, wishlist the games, and you will be notified when they are available. Get them on all the other platforms too. Support them however you can. We want to give a shout out to our sponsors for helping to make this thing happen. PlayStation, Raw Fury, and Wilson Sonsini, and Freedom, Goblins, Limited Run, Neon Doctrine, New Blood, Super, Thunderful, Tiny Build, Whitethorn Games, Wire Productions, and Razor. Shout out to our broadcasting partners for supporting this showcase and the developers on the stream, Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, Steam, everybody who co-streamed. You guys are so dope. Salute to the developers who are participating. They have all contributed their games, blood, sweat, and tears to make this thing possible as well. We want to thank the Mix team. Without you guys, it wouldn't make this happen. Without us, we wouldn't make this happen. Abe, Travis, Joel, Mary, Knapp, Heidi, Matt, Timmy, all the developers as well. You guys and gals are awesome for tuning in. Big shout out to you, and thanks for joining us. Make sure to subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Follow us on Twitter at Indie Exchange. Everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange. Media Indie Exchange. Up next is another Black Voice in Gaming presented by Destinee and Kahlief. Again, my name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, BVIG, BGDF. We'll talk to you soon. Peace.
What is up, my good people? If you missed it, we finished celebrating Black History Month with a special BVIG showcase. That as it may be, we couldn't leave you hanging in March. Let's just be real. BVIG is celebrating Black achievements in the game industry year-round. It was created in June of 2020 during the protests and demonstrations that united us worldwide. Black Voices in Gaming has gone from a showcase to a nonprofit organization that helps accelerate the growth of professional game developers. You might be wondering how. Well, our mission is to facilitate a space where game studio entrepreneurs can access funding, meet publishers, and connect with mentors to help them succeed. As always, it's great to be back here co-hosting Black Voices in Gaming. My name is Destinee, and I've literally always got something going on. But being part of Black Voices in Gaming is always something that I feel extremely proud of. You can also catch me at Level 1 Gaming, a minority-owned organization that focuses on gaming news, entertainment, and all things geek culture. But before we jump into today's amazing guest, I'm going to let my co-host introduce himself.
What's good, everybody? Hey, Des, thank you so much for having me. Hey, everybody at home. My name is Kahlief Adams. I own and run the award-winning Spawn on Me podcast, the premier podcast spotlighting people of color in the video game industry. Alongside that, I also run the Spawnies, which is a gaming award show that's here to give love to underrepresented devs within the space. Last but not least, I'm also a dev at Firewalk Studios and super excited to be here rocking with all of you here. And Des, it is so cool to be with you and all the folks at Black Voice in Gaming and all the fam out there watching.
Yo, I'm excited. I'm so happy to see you. Like, we keep going in circles where we see each other, but being here today with you and like pre-recording and having talks and everything is going to be a blast. But before we get in, we always have to thank our sponsors, and I think Kahlief is going to do great at that. So Kahlief, who are our sponsors and who are we thanking?
I mean, look, we got to give love to the crew. We got to give love to the sponsors. A massive shout out to everyone who came and contributed. First, we have to give love to our silver sponsors. We got to talk about our folks over at PlayStation. Massive fan of everybody who's doing that work over on the Sony brand. I know I just got my PSVR 2, rocking it in virtual reality. Des, how are you doing? How are you rocking with the PlayStation team?
Oh my God, listen, I want one and I just haven't gotten it yet because I'm a little scared of virtual reality. You know, I might get in there and not want to come back out.
I have been there. I've gotten there for sure. It has been a rough time staying in virtual reality because I don't want to leave either. But we got to talk about our other folks over at ID at Xbox as well. Wonderful folks over on that team, making sure that the indie space is getting the love that it deserves. What's up with you and ID at Xbox?
Whoa, I just got my Xbox and look, I'm loving it. And also I'm looking forward to getting a Black Panther themed Xbox. Just if they have any in the background that they have any spares, I'm open. I have a space on my shelf ready for it.
You're ready to Wakanda forever your way through all the games.
Wakanda my way forever through all the games. You already know it.
I love it. I love it. Last but not least, we also have from our silver sponsors, we have our friends from Riot Games. I have been digging into the new season of Valorant a ton, getting my butt kicked all over the place. But you've been rocking some Riot Games games?
Listen, I tried out League of Legends when I lived in South Korea, and I will just tell you the skill, and I don't have it. I don't have the skill for League of Legends, but I do enjoy all of the things that they're putting out. The trailers, the female characters, like, is dope. So Riot, you've got a fan of me, even though I'm terrible at your games.
As a former writer, I got to give them the big daps for all the work that they continue to do. And we also have our other sponsors in Raw Fury, Razor, and our friends over at Wilson Sonsini, giving us some love as well and helping our event go smoothly this year. So super excited about all of our sponsors. And yeah, Des, what do we got next coming up?
So we could not do the show without thanking our broadcasters. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't talk this morning, but that's right. Let's not forget them. We have Twitch Gaming, has been there from the beginning. IGN, you guys know what's up. They actually did like a roundtable with us last month to talk about the importance of Black voices in gaming. Huge thank you to them. We have Game Jolt. We also have GameSpot and Steam. Now listen, speaking of Steam, don't forget to check out the Mix event page on where you can learn more about Black voices in gaming titles, buy the available games, and add them to your wish list. Remember, wish lists are super, super important, so go do that. It helps the devs a lot. Not only that, let's talk about donations. Let's talk about merch. Let's talk about socials. Because as I said before, Black Voices of Gaming has gone from a showcase to a nonprofit. So listen, we're going to make it super easy for you. Get your phone. Pull up the screen where you can like take a picture, grab those QR codes, and please, if you feel it in your heart, please donate. No amount is too small, and we truly appreciate all of your help. Also, check out our merch. Guys, we have some dope t-shirts. If you want to look fly, then you definitely have to get a Black Voices in Gaming t-shirt. Not only that, if you want to keep up with us, remember to follow us on BVI Gaming at Twitter. That's BVI Gaming, and Black Voices in Gaming on YouTube and Instagram. So now that we've said our thank yous, we've shouted out our appreciation, it's time to get this show rolling. Kahlief, what do you have for us? Tell us a little bit about our first guest. Who's coming up next?
We have a fantastic guest in Xalavier Nelson Jr. We're going to be talking to him about his game El Paso Elsewhere. Super excited about that game, which, you know, brings a lot of the fun Max Payne vibes that we've been waiting for and hoping for in a game that we haven't seen in a really long time. So excited to talk about Xalavier, and let's talk to him right about now.
98% of me is screaming in pain or exultation. Glad for an excuse to fall. I tell myself it was always going to be a one-way trip. That's what love is. It's a trip between who you were and whatever the hell you become next. I need to know that you believe, so I can too. Ready? 1, 2, 3. My name is James Savage. Here's to believing.
Oh my goodness, what a great trailer for El Paso Elsewhere. I am so excited for this game. Really hyped for it. What'd you think about the trailer, Des?
I thought it was dope. Like, I'm just as excited as you. And I'm really excited because we have someone who's going to talk to us about El Paso and give us all the ins and outs. So who is that? Who's talking to us today?
Let's bring him on right now. Xalavier Nelson Jr. How are you, Xalavier? How's everything going?
Hey folks, I'm doing great. It is a Thursday, and the fact that I remember it's a Thursday means that I'm doing real good today.
Shout out to Thursday.
Shout out to Thursday.
Shout out to Thursday. Give the folks at home a little bit of info about you, about what's going on in your world, and talk to us a little bit about El Paso Elsewhere.
Yeah, so I am a prolific creator with over 70 credits underneath my belt. I've done stuff from writing to
Whoa,
production
I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is dope. 70?
Over 70 in the past 7 years. I'm a little bit tired.
That is wild. Well, I mean, like, but that's great. Like, big ups to you.
It's an honor. It's the industry as a whole is not calculated to allow people much space to grow personally, let alone express their personal creativity. So the fact that I've had the opportunity to do that, growing at what feels like light speed in this medium and having the ability to contribute to a lot of teams and now share that knowledge every place I go while picking up new tricks along the way has been great. So whether it's writing, production, biz dev, design, or increasingly direction, I've just been working on a lot of stuff for a long time. I've worked in print and literature and tabletop RPGs and comics, and now I'm honored to be presenting the first of the sort of next phase of El Paso of Strange Scaffold projects. Those projects being El Paso Elsewhere and Sunshine Shuffle. We've got 6 games in development. Those are the 2 that are above water, and our hope is to reveal the rest of them before the end of the year to really show y'all what we're pulling together and the level that we're operating at when we're trying to, as the studio motto goes, build games better, faster, cheaper, and healthier than the industry assumes is possible.
I mean, you and the team continue to pump out some fantastic and amazing games. You go from dogs running an airport to trading organs in space, and now we get to El Paso Elsewhere. I got to know how the through line went through from all of those conversations to what we got a chance to see in the trailer today.
I think the big thing that I use to direct the visions of these projects is just, do I need to make this game before I die? And the answer in this case was, vampire tragedy. Having a relationship with the Lord of the Vampires is going to mess you up in the process. So you are coming to El Paso, Texas, your hometown, to stop your ex from destroying the world, which means that in the process, you might have to kill the monster that you loved. You play as a rad black monster hunter called James Savage in El Paso Elsewhere. The game has an original hip-hop soundtrack on which I'm a vocalist and lyricist.
Yes.
Yeah, like we're making games differently, which means we can afford to make games specifically. Games that hit specific emotional ranges, new production processes, wild things like producing a full-on experimental horror hip-hop album on top of building a Max Payne spiritual successor for a genre that has been pretty undertouched. The throwback third-person shooter basically hasn't been made in the past, decade plus. So getting to explore that territory and do that in style while also having running simultaneously things like Sunshine Shuffle, where you're playing cards and exchanging stories with cute, adorable animals who did a horrible crime 12 years ago and are telling you how and why they did it so that they don't get executed by the mafia. We're trying to show what is possible in games and how you can try to build different production strategies and methodologies that mean that the people who are building and collaborating on these things with you don't get destroyed in the process, or at the very least get to walk away no matter how the game does. And it changes genuinely the types of games you can make. I'm really excited to be where we are right now.
That's what's
I love that.
up. Oh my god. And listen, like, it just sounds like you wear so many different hats. And I love that about the indie game space, because it does kind of give you that freedom to create what you want to create, whether it be because you have to create a game before you die, or just because you want to put a game out there that you think people would enjoy. And I think El Paso is, like, for me, it's really exciting, not only because like I like vampires and I like love stories, but also I get to go in and kick some butt. And I think that's incredible. Like I didn't even know I needed this game until I realized I needed this game, you know? So
that's the goal. We want to bring people games that they don't know that they need yet.
Well, you've done it. You've absolutely done it, and I cannot wait to play it. But while we have you here, you've also brought up another game that we are going to be showcasing and letting you guys see the trailer of, and then we're actually going to jump in and play it a little bit. So before we drop that trailer, can you tell us a little bit more about Sunshine Shuffle, the cute animals and the mafia, and I'm terrible at gambling, so like this will be an experience for me.
So, Sunshine Shuffle began its genesis as a project in late 2020. Obviously, people had a lot of feelings in 2020, and what we said was, you know what, we just need like just create a safe, happy space in a video game. We haven't seen a Poker Night at the Inventory game in a while. There's only been 2 of those. How hard can it be to mix basically like a visual novel and a poker game? We could probably replicate that tech pretty easily and do Animal Crossing meets Poker at Night at the Inventory with a bunch of little friends. And that had 2 problems. First of all, despite even working with ex-Telltale people on the game, no one told us that we were basically making the immersive sim of narrative games. It is probably the most nightmarish and difficult game production process Strange Scaffold has experienced so far. Not because of work conditions, but because it's just a really, really hard game to make. It has to work flawlessly all the time, and it's immediately obvious if it doesn't work. And if it does work, you don't get any credit for it because it just looks like it's supposed to, right? The second thing is that it was boring. It was boring. There was just nice people at the table around you, and there was kind of a light bulb click. Again, talking about games I need to make before I die and ways to make them that I can be proud of and that allow me and my collaborators to hopefully continue to contribute to the industry for a long time to come. I was looking at this game and saying, I'm not having fun trying to tell this story. I don't know what these characters are trying to say. And it being my brain, I jumped to, okay, they robbed a bank 12 years ago. They thought they got away with it. Turns out they took the mafia's money. Consequences ensued, and then you show up on their doorstep, so they're telling you how and why they did it, so that they don't get executed by the mob. Also, you get to decorate the boat. And then all these things start to click in terms of the game had teeth. It had something to say. It had characters that you could attach to and learn about and uncover the depths of in a really, really core way that made them feel like a cast in their own right. And you can still customize the boat. Now there's a little poof every time you buy an item or like a new deck of cards or some chips. So yeah, even if you don't know how to play poker, you get to unravel a fantastic story brought together by some really talented people with an all-original ska soundtrack by Ska-Tune Network. Jam.
What? Yo, yes. Let's go.
So every game we're
Ska-Tune.
making has a huge every game we're making has like kind of is taking these big creative swings with collaborators both that you've heard of and that you haven't heard of at all, and especially taking big swings musically because the games industry is full of cowards who won't fill their soundtracks with ska, and I'm excited to break that trend.
I love
so
you with every
funny.
fiber of my being.
Oh my god, I love
it.
it. Listen, you had me at customizing my boat. I can customize my boat. I can decorate my boat. Like, yes. But I'm sorry.
It's technically their boat, but if you want to like repossess it, that's on you. That's
look,
that's
if I'm
within your
playing
rights.
the game, it's my boat, and it's gonna look the way I want it to look, and they're just along for the ride.
Well, I know we have some world premiere. I know we have some world premiere footage. We're gonna check out the game and get some time on the sticks with it right about now. But also, hearing you talk about the game in that way, it reminds me of Heat, in the movie Heat, And I was just thinking, because of the animal component in this game, if you needed a subtitle for Sunshine Shuffle, you could say Sunshine Shuffle, dog in heat. That would be kind of an amazing under.
Listen, when you download the 18 plus patch, sponsored by Spawn on Me, Kahlief Adams.
I will pony up that dough.
And with
You get a
that,
little
folks,
subtitle.
Nope, we're not even going to continue the dog in the heat conversation. With that, we are going to go to the trailer. Here we go, everybody. Hope you enjoy it. All right, guys, we just saw the trailer and now we're going to jump into the game. I'm super excited because I want to decorate. I don't know if I'm going to get to decorate, but I would like to decorate. So let's start a new
Depends on how good you are at poker.
I told you I'm terrible at poker, but Kahlief said he's good at it, so he can help me.
Flush. 3 of a kind. Two pair and a Dougie.
What's 2 pair and a Dougie
Whoever
mean?
can shout.
Oh, that's dope. I love that.
Okay, so, the new face. Well, not new to me, but we'll cross that bridge with the others when we get to it. All right, homie. I don't suppose you're in the mood to reveal this deal you've concocted. Maybe. Well, I don't mind. If you're getting polite, I'll just throw you overboard. It's a big ocean. Dang, threats already. But if you won me over, the rest of the morning shift would take to you like pig to butter. Okay.
I like the text animations on this too.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that.
The sooner we get started, the sooner they get their lives. And the sooner I can get to know you too, mysterious investigator. I feel like he's hitting on me. Do you guys feel like he's hitting? I feel like he's hitting on me.
You might be trying to get the digits.
Speaking of, who are you? What do you want to? You know what? My name is D-E to the Z. Des. You guys continue. And I'm going to be, oh my God, can I be a cat? Okay, we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to be a rabbit. I'm going to be a frog. I'm gonna be a frog.
This is the big moral choices that we don't often get in games.
I mean,
it's so hard because I love rabbits and I love frogs too, and I didn't see a cat. So lovely. If you're sure about that, we can get going. I'm sure. I'm actually not sure.
And this is one thing that we do to alter the formula for Poker Night: The Inventory is you can have dialogue options now. Guide the story a little bit yourself.
I like that. That gives you more immersion. Okay. Without further ado, welcome to the boat that crime bought and love keeps afloat. He is totally hitting on me, guys. Okay, welcome to the SS Sunshine.
Okay. All right.
Ooh, you hear the music change?
Let's go. I love Skytoon too. So talented. Oh, this is so good.
Oh, this is so nice.
Oh, this is so good. I'm digging it. So talk a little bit about how it was to work with Skytoon.
Skytoon was... Is it Skytoon?
Skytoon? I think you probably have it right.
Skytoon is incredible. Jer is an incredible collaborator and musician. We also worked with RJ Lake for the music on this project for some of the interstitial bits, but Skytoon was an incredible collaborator that kind of They're the DNA of good ska that you're hearing right now ended up permeating throughout the entire project. I'm really glad we got to work together.
Those horns are hitting.
So you might want to press B so that you close this. So
I don't have to go through all that? Okay. All right.
It looks like they're playing Texas Hold'em style poker.
It is Texas Hold'em.
Let's just get through like one round of this, like if we can. I have a 5 and a 9. So what do? Do I raise 20? Do I call 10? Do I fold? The pot is 25.
Ooh, I want to hear Zalavir's take on how to play this hand. This is going to be good. I like this.
Raise. It's a short life, and if you go bankrupt, they probably aren't going to do anything bad at like push you overboard or whatever. So just raise. Raise every time.
That's what I do.
Go big.
Go big or go home. Good call. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Zalazar is the one who told me to do it. Okay. Let's go.
Animals have good banter.
Let's raise again. Oh my god, I'm scared.
This pot has already gone to 200.
Yeah, no, we're probably gonna get thrown overboard.
Andy just folded, so.
We're at 280. Okay. All right.
Dez is bullying the pot right now. We see it happening.
Oh, this is a very bad hand for you to be so invested in.
Yes, it is.
You might want to fold, actually.
So talk a little bit about the process, Zalavir, of you learning how to play poker while kind of going through the process of making the game.
I kind of figured a 5 and a 9 would not be good. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, I fold it. Ooh, things are heating up. Yeah, but I fold it. So, now that's a good play. Okay, Billy.
Did you learn a lot about the process of playing poker while making the games, Zalavir?
My team did. It's been 2.5 years. We're close to launch now, and I don't know how to play poker. I learned 7 separate times, and then I just forgot after a little bit because there was different parts of the project and things like El Paso Elsewhere to go over to. And by the time I came back from writing a neo-noir love tragedy, I forgot how to play poker again.
Well,
it works that way.
I think you guided me pretty well. I'm still on the boat and I didn't get thrown overboard. But guys, we are coming to the end because we are out of time. Please, please, please go wishlist this game. Go check it out, because I can already tell I'm going to have a lot of fun and I'm going to learn a lot about gambling and I'm going to be a professional. And not only that, me and, how do you say his name? Fidelius? How do you say him? Fidelius. We're obviously going to be a couple. So anyways, right before we sign off and I start giving my digits out to this dog, can you let the people know where to find you if they want to find out more about you, your team, and what you've got going on?
You can follow @StrangeScaffold on Twitter, on Instagram, and also on YouTube. We've got El Paso Elsewhere, a throwback slow motion shooter on the way, coming this fall, and then Sunshine Shuffle coming in the near future to PC as well as a mystery console. El Paso Elsewhere will be on Xbox and PC. You can wishlist them both now. And the important thing about Sunshine Shuffle is that even if it teaches you to gamble, it does not teach children to gamble. I'm not teaching children to gamble. Don't tell Steam or the FCC that I teach children to gamble. That isn't that isn't what I do. That isn't what happened. I'd never.
You would never. Nothing the cute animals or anything that would actually want to get a child creative and want to play the game. That's not what you were aiming for there at all. And so, Steam, we hope that you hear us. That's not what's going on here. But thank you so much for coming on and sharing these games with us. It was so dope. And I hope you guys are ready because we have some more amazing guests coming up soon.
Absolutely. We have, and before we get to our next guest, I got to say, Zalavir, one of the best people on the planet. Super, super amazing. One of the best IG and TikTok games on the planet as well. Go make sure you're checking out his TikTok. Super, super
Loved
fun
his
stuff.
Vibe. Loved
super,
his vibe.
super
You
cool.
only live once.
You only live once.
Raise.
Only live once. Let's go over to our next guest. We have the man, the myth, the legend, and that is Hip Hop Gamer.
Press start.
Hip Hop Gamer. Press start. Yeah, you know what time it is. Yeah, you know what time it is. Brooklyn. Yeah, you know what time it is. Hip Hop Gamer, no stranger to danger. Record breaker, shot taker, playmaker. I show nothing but love, that's how I got greater. For those that don't see it, they stay stuck with the haters. Hip Hop Gamer, no stranger to greatness. So drop that gun gameplay, I overwatch that. Biggie Smalls life at the depth, so we respawn back. Red dot, headshot, red spots on your hard hat. This is what New York sounds like, and it's all that. Concrete core killer, rap game, raw spitter, frame data, play sicker, so you gotta aim quicker, maxed out, ready for war. We got the painkillers, feeling like Mike in the game. Thriller. This is New York City, we the home of the gritty. Gotta feel me, put the game on. And if you really ride it with me, throw it up, press start, play your part when we pop on. This is New York City, we the home of the gritty. Gotta feel me, put the game on. And if you really ride it with me, throw it up, press start, play your part when we pop on. My grandma told me to be the best that I can be, so I took the game industry by the balls and believed in me, and equally merged it with verses. So anybody wanna battle, get a pen and a paddle with two controllers. Focus, the flow is explosive, breaking every barrier and parry all opposes. Yeah, the game is mine and it's time to be ferocious. You can call me rap god when it comes to game and culture. Embrace who I am and the world is gonna see it. The game industry, everybody wanna be in it. It's funny how the leaderboards will show you what is missing, and I get it, now I got it, cause I am top the position. Listen, from the hood, growing up, we ain't have much. Playing PlayStation with friends, felt like we had enough. It was those days with Sega, how we was raised up. Gotta love Sonic, cause Lost Rings that came up. Whoa. This is New York City, we the home of the gritty. Gotta feel me, put the game on. And if you really ride it with me, throw it up, press start, play your part when we pop on. This is New York City, we the home of the gritty. Gotta feel me, put the game on. And if you really ride it with me, throw it up, press start, play your part when we pop on. This is New York City. This is New York City. We the home of the gritty. Press start when we pop off. This is New York City. This is New York City. We the home of the gritty. Press start when we pop off.
Oh my God. I know you guys were bumping to that video. Like, it was incredible. And listen, we have the one and only, the infamous Hip Hop Gamer with us today to talk about his music, his journey, and all things gaming. What's up, Hip Hop? Are you in the house?
Yeah, you already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Black Voices in Gaming. The GOAT of the game is right here. Hot 9-7 is going down. Love you, Destinee. You already know what it is. Let's get it popping. Let's talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? And you already know, keep it real with me on here. You know what I'm saying? The realest is right here. So let's get that talking. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
That's what's up. Oh my God. I love the energy that you're bringing to this. Like, you get me so hyped.
Yeah, that's the way it's gotta be, baby. Let's get it.
No, you're right. Positivity. So listen, I wrote down a few key points, and the first thing that I want to ask you, super random, but I heard something about a wrestling belt, and I just can you tell me about the wrestling belt, and then we'll jump into like all the other stuff. But guys, the wrestling belt, like, it's been on my mind. Tell me about the wrestling belt.
Gotcha. So the wrestling belt, it has sentimental value because I was always like my grandmother's champion. You know what I'm saying? And she's my champion. And my grandmother, she's the one who taught me how to play video games when I was 4 years old. So I've been playing video games all my life, and she taught me about life through video games. You know what I'm saying? So when I have the belt, it's not just about me being number one or just being a champion for the sake of selfish reasons. You know what I'm saying? It's more about showing my grandmother in the greatest light that I can, because she gave me what I give back to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the belt is all about. So on the belt, it got hip hop elements on it in terms of DMX, you know, 50 Cent, And if you look at the gaming side, it got Kratos, Lara Croft, which is my favorite, my grandmother's favorite character was Lara Croft. And then, you know, you see Hot 97, Logitech G, AMD on the belt as well. But the most important thing on the belt is putting God first. So it says God first, and it has my grandmother on it and my son on it. So my belt is a #1 representation of everything that makes me me and what I give back to the industry and what I give back to everybody in daily life that encounters me, period.
Yo, that's what's up. I didn't expect that story, but that was so touching. And that was super sweet. And the fact that your grandmother is the one who got you into gaming, and big ups to Lara Croft, because she is the baddest bee. So I can see why she loves her.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
all right, that was amazing. That was amazing.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry. I took it off the rails. We usually start with, tell us about who you are and what you do, and we will get into that now. But I needed to know about the belt, and I'm glad that you shared that story with us. But
I appreciate it.
Tell us about you. Oh, go ahead.
Well, like, just to set the tone, ain't nothing like traditional, like, or regular when it comes like to me. You know what I'm saying? So you do what you do, and we here. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about, you gotta stick to no script. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am the action, we are the action. So let's get that popping, yo. So you ask me whatever you want. You know what I'm saying?
What's up.
So let's get it.
All right.
Yep.
So let's tell our audience a little bit about Hip Hop Gamer, who he is, what he's doing in the industry. Like, we want to know all of it. Give us the 411.
Got you. So the first thing is, just with Hip Hop Gamer, you know, my goal is to be #1, period. Like, I don't call myself the GOAT of the game for nothing. And the reason why I call myself the GOAT of the game, because you can't be the GOAT unless you take the hits, period. So the thing is, if you date back to 2008 and stuff like that, that's when I first got into the gaming industry from a professional standpoint. Shout out to my man Torrance Davis, who had a website back in the day called thebitbag.com. He discovered me and gave me opportunity to go to E3 for the first time. And when I went to E3, yo, and this is 2008, yo. So when I went to E3, yo, that was the biggest game changer, because I got a chance to understand the other side of the gaming industry. You know what I'm saying? See, I only knew it, you know, like how most of us knew it, just from a fan perspective, just seeing things. Now I get to understand how the bottom lines work. I get to understand who's in control, what happens, why things happen. And I just kept studying and learning and building up, you know, my brand by understanding how the industry works. Fast forward to today, 2023, you know, I'm the first game journalist to do a lot of things. And that's important to me, not just to be the best, but not just to be the first, but I want to be the best at what I do in the first. And if I'm not the first, I want to be the best at what I did, even if I wasn't first. So let's break it down. I'm the first gamer to bring gaming and finance together on the biggest spot ever. And that's the New York Stock Exchange with FinTech TV. You know what I'm saying? So that was a barrier breaking moment right there. That's one. Two, I'm the first gamer to bring gaming to radio in the form that I'm doing it. Now, I want to give a big shout out to my boy Godfrey, you know, Game Attack Radio, because I know at one point in time he was on CBS Radio doing this thing too, talking about games. So much props to him. What I'm saying is, I'm actually the first ever officially nationally syndicated global voice in gaming on radio on all the biggest stations worldwide, because I'm partnered with AURN, which is the American Urban Radio Network. So that's the first time that has ever happened. I'm a character, different video games. I make songs for the games, and I'm really my name. You know what I'm saying? Like hip hop game, I'm really who I am. I'm a hip hop artist. I'm a gamer. Like, I do this. So I think at the end of the day, as long as everything you do is authentic, and I never worked for anybody in the gaming industry. I always been independent, you know what I'm saying? Dame Dad status. So I always been able to do what I wanted to do, help people, and continue to grow the industry. So to me, just that much more of me, I wanted to set a tone that you can still show mad love, be positive, and you don't have to blow up by being negative. You don't have to blow up by doing clickbait to trigger people. You know what I'm saying? You could be mad cool, make mad money, and make an impact positively and stuff like that. I'm also a partner with the Board of Education. So I actually have a program called Playmakers, where we utilize gaming to teach financial literacy. We utilize gaming to develop character, because the slogan is character is your currency. You know what I'm saying? So one of my main things, Destinee, is everybody got their own fingerprint. You know what I'm saying? In this world, everybody has a one of something. I discovered what my one of one was, So at the end of the day, everything I do is exclusive to how I do it. So anything I attach myself to is going to get the victory, period. So that's how I operate. That's a little bit about me and some of the things that I've been able to break barriers on.
No, I absolutely love that. I love the positivity and the energy that comes into that because, listen, I feel like growing up in our culture, being Black, like there's so many people telling us no, that it pushes us to be like, no, we're not taking no for an answer. And if you don't want to listen to me, I'm going to make my own thing. And that's exactly what you've been doing. And I think that's incredible because I feel like with Black Voices in Gaming, it is that platform where we're showing a lot of developers, a lot of content creators, a lot of business people who are out here making their own thing without, not saying that some people don't help them, but like really it's them. Like the brand is them. And I just think, listen, I feel like when people watch this and they watch you and they watch Jay and they watch all these developers, like it's really, really inspiring.
Wow.
And I am inspired, like legit. Like there's so many things that I want to do that sometimes I think we can get a little overwhelmed with like, man, I don't know if I can do this. Or you hear no so many times, you want to give up. But you are literally, you and Red and Jay and all the developers we've had on, even Justin, you guys are some of the most amazing, talented, creative people that I have had like the pleasure of working with. And I want to see you succeed because I know that when you succeed, you are going to be lifting up other people to help them succeed. And I think that's what's incredible because it's not a selfish kind of like, I want to be number one. It's I want to be a number one so the next person can come up and be number one. Like I want to help everybody. And that's kind of what I get from everybody who comes on Black Voices in Gaming. But okay,
absolutely.
I've talked enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you got to pass the plug and help people out. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't gatekeep and stuff like that. You got to pass the plug. Then what you do with it is, you know, that's up to you. Like, you know what I mean? But you got to pass that plug. So I'm with you on that big time.
Yes. And when you said gatekeep, absolutely. We can't be doing that in our culture. We have to. The only way for us to actually make it to the top as a group is to help each other out as a group, which is why Black Voices in Gaming is so important. That's why we have you on here. That's why we've had Red on here. That's why Justin and Alfonso put this together is because like we're here for y'all. You know what I'm saying? We're here for the culture and we're here to be seen and to be heard. And listen, y'all are not gonna not hear Hip Hop Gamer. Okay.
Oh yeah, facts.
He is doing all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like you ain't gonna escape me. I literally just came off the plane today from New Orleans. I was just on ESPN yesterday because we did a big program out there and we performed on the actual court before tip-off for the Pelicans and Dallas Mavericks game. So and even with that, we brought like 5 inner city youth kids that's talented in New Orleans and gave them their shine too. So we do this at the highest level. And we ain't just talking about it. I can show you everything, you know what I mean? And one thing I wanted to say that before you go to your next question, one thing I wanted to say, you said that you know, a lot of times it can be overwhelming when a lot of people keep telling you no. A lot of people keep telling you no. Here's just words I'm not saying you got to do this or anybody that's watching. Please. It's just words of advice, I would just say. But if people tell you no, you got to tell yourself yes. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when you tell yourself yes, then you block out all the noise and go get it done. And then the same people that told you no is going to be asking you questions on how to be a part of your yes.
Ooh,
you understand what I'm saying?
That was so good. Yes.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And the thing is, everything I'm saying, yeah, like everything I'm saying, Destinee, I'm living proof of that. So I ain't just saying it because it sounds nice as a soundbite.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do this. Like, so at the end of the day, I want people that's watching this to, when people tell you no, that's fine. Because your vision is for you. They may not get it. That's cool. And it doesn't mean there's any ill will to it. They don't get it. That's fine. But if they tell you no, you tell yourself yes. Because later on, that no is going to want to be a part of your yes. Remember that.
Absolutely. No, that's facts. And you're living proof and you're living in your truth. And I appreciate that. That is some of the best advice that I've ever heard. Like it's short, simple, but like so real at the same time. So I appreciate that. I need that advice at times. So yeah, I definitely know that people out there will probably appreciate hearing that. And I'm all for it. So one of the questions I wanted to ask about, because we kind of talked about your wrestling belt, which was what I really wanted to know about. We talked about your gaming career. Let's jump into your music career, because listen, that video was fire. Like,
wow,
you are
so
talented. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you know what's interesting? So on the music side of things, just to give you a bit of the history, I wasn't always who I am today. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up East New York, Brooklyn, born and raised, you know what I'm saying? And that was a completely different environment for real. So what happened is they used to call me Jackal Flares back in the day. They used to call me Jackal. I was a completely different person. You know what I'm saying? Everything was gangster rap, cursing here, wilding out, ready to pop off. It was different, right? So my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ changed my life. My grandmother helped bring me to that point. And one of the things that changed my life was I used to work in the mailroom for all the record labels, Def Jam, Rockefeller, Bloodline, rest in peace, DMX, Dipset, everywhere. I worked in the mailroom, Universal Music Group, all of that, right? And I used to play my music in the mailroom. There was this one guy, I don't even remember his name, it's such a long time ago, but I don't remember his name, but he was a tall dude, dreads or something like that. And the thing is, he said, yo, you very intelligent. Why do you always curse all the time? Like, why make a song without cursing? So I've always been the type of person that was up for a challenge, right? So I made a song without cursing, and he was like, yo, that's amazing. Now do it again. And then over time, it made me realize that, wow, like when I performed like this, I was no longer being edited. I didn't have to be edited because I'm broadening my vocabulary. I can just say what I got to say without having to edit anything. And then the second thing is I started to translate into my daily speech over time. You know what I'm saying? So now in my regular daily talking voice, I don't curse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any of these things. I'm a family brand. And the thing is that changed my life on that concept is when I got offered a record deal, me and my peoples, me, my family, my brothers and stuff, I was 14 years old and I turned the deal down. Like MC Shan and everything from back in the day, the Book of Bridge. Yeah, I had record deals like offered to me. And I turned it down because it didn't feel right what I was about to step into. So I had a whole different purpose that I didn't understand in these moments. So fast forward to today, I'm able to write about music, write my music about games, write about anything. I don't use curse words. Everything is positive and uplifting. And if I'm battling somebody, I can still battle somebody without being vile and vulgar with it. I have my own style of doing it. So to me, it's a humbling honor to do the music the way I want to do it and put it in the areas that I want to put it and utilize it as another anchor to build my brand and inspire other people that, yo, the same dude that made a song for Watch Dogs 2 is the same dude that was rapping, with Sheik Luch from the Lots in the mailroom. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different impact, and I'm the only one that can say that, in the culture right now. So I'm very excited about what's to come musically, and stay tuned because I have something already ready to go. It's just a certain time frame when it's going to come out, but I got something that's going to surprise a lot of people. Let's just say hashtag gamers can rap, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Okay. Well,
because it ain't just me. It ain't just me. Shout out to Mega Ran, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Dan Bull. Shout out to Richie Branson. There's others, but gamers can rap, and you're gonna see something different.
Oh, I'm excited because I grew up listening to rap music, so
yeah, of course.
Being a gamer and listening to rap music, you'd be sitting there gaming, and then you would have like DMX on, or you'd have Tupac on, or you'd have Biggie on in the background as you're playing. But having you be integrated into games like this is why I'm excited. I'm excited because it's not just them taking our music and using it for their games. It's literally us making the music for the games. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's so important because you have that saying where it's just like they like everything that we produce, but they just don't like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this way, we're coming up and we're showing that there's a huge difference where you're opening doors that have never been opened before, and that is incredible.
And
That
I want
is
more
so
people to walk in, and I just want more people to
Yes.
walk in and elevate,
Yes.
because it's not, look, man, you can't do it by yourself. You're not going to find success by yourself, and who you going to share with if you're by yourself. So it's like, come on,
Right.
let's get it.
Right. And I think one of the things that's so important, and then we'll wrap it up, but you're not stepping on other people to get to the top. And I think that's really important. I think a lot of people need to understand that you do not have to step on people. You don't have to tear people down to make your path or to create your path to get where you want to be. And if you think you do, we literally have an example of someone who has not done that and is here telling you right now how he's done it, what he's continued to do, and how he's opening doors, hoping more of you who might be interested in getting into gaming, getting into music, can walk through. And that's so amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing, because you don't have a lot of people who want to help other people out, and I think this is incredible, and I'm so happy that
No,
you
it's
got to
crazy
come on
because
and talk
people-
to us about it.
Yeah, because a lot of times most people, they operate out of fear and scarcity. You know what I'm saying? So if you operate out of fear and scarcity, you may hurt someone not intentionally, but you thinking about yourself because you got to survive. And if it's me or you, then, you're going to choose yourself and step on somebody else just to get something. And I think that's foul. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people will put you against somebody just to be able to get further in your career. Then you got to ask yourself, where do you want your career to go? Because it ain't going to last long. Like, you can have a successful moment, or do you want to have a successful longevity, enjoyable career over time? Right. So you got to remember, like 2008, okay, 2023, and it's not stopping. It feels like it's just beginning all over again with all the stuff that's going on. Now, secretly, there's a lot of people that like I helped out, put in position, and there's a lot of people that have benefited for things that I told companies to do, period, because it's like y'all helping them to your benefit, but what about helping them to their benefit? It has to go mutual. So there's a lot of things that's changed behind the scenes that people may not be aware of that I had a hand in. But what I will say is right now in this climate, I am ecstatic to see a lot of people starting to get theirs and get what they deserve. It is everything to me. And I always like, well, what do you need? What's your goals? Hit me up. I know this person. Boom. Or go here. You need to be here. Boom. Like, it don't take away nothing from me. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's only one hip hop gamer. I do this. At the same time, look it around you. Black Voices in Gaming is the name of this joint. You know how many out there? Like, they got mad things popping off. We supporting everything. We lit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going all out. I'm like fire emoji on everything. Yeah. We moving. Let's go. So, yep.
Oh my God, I love it. Well, that's it for us. We got to wrap it up. I could talk to you all day. We got to connect. Red, we got to connect. Tell her I said I love her. Guys, you've
Denise
seen
said she loved you.
She hosted with me. We were on a few shows back. But I just want to say thank you again for coming on and sharing your knowledge with us, your words of wisdom, because they are so needed, especially for the young who are coming up and want to get into the industry. If anybody wants to find out more about you, your music, what you're up to, can you drop your socials one more time?
Yo, Google me, Hip Hop Gamer. I'm everywhere. Just Google me. You type in Hip Hop Gamer, everything, and that thing's mama and sister and brother and cousin and Ray, everybody at the barbecue is gonna pop up when you type my name in. All right, Hip Hop Gamer, the GOAT of the game. You know what I'm saying? Hot 97 Logitech GAMD, and don't forget to get that Plitch. Black Voices in Gaming. Denise, what up? Let's get it.
Yes, thank you so much. Guys, this has been an absolute pleasure, and we will talk to you again at some point, Hip Hop Gamer. Like, oh my God, that was incredible. But listen, guys, if you're enjoying what you've seen so far, if you've liked any of the games, if you've liked any of the people that we've had come on, please go find their socials and go look them up. Also, if you want to help BVIG, you can always help through donations through our Tiltify for Black Voices in Gaming, because that goes towards our mission of helping game studio entrepreneurs succeed. And yeah, listen, that was dope. I need to calm down. I need a moment. We'll be back in a bit. If you missed some of the dope developers and games last month, don't worry, we got you. We're going to take a look at some of the amazing titles our developers are working on.
Can you play something? For their friends and family.
Your distraction machine. Will it save our people or lead us to ruin?
Why don't we run away? Run away, oh. Why don't we run away? Run away, oh. Take my hand and let's fly away into the night sky. They must sit and now watch as we fly by.
they got the right vibe. Hey. I wanna disappear. I wanna know if you would follow me there. Yeah. I wanna disappear. I wanna know if you would follow me there. Sometimes I wanna run away. I for take time on our way. I lick a place that we can hide. I lick a space to ease my mind.
Moneybags News Network proudly presents your #1 source for your current events. Of course, with a little of my commentary sprinkled in. Oh, we got a guest today. Before I bring him in, what's up? Beat down city still wildin'. Run by some tyrants whose lifestyle the foulest. Law enforcement so childish. Knowing it's wrong, but they won't do a damn thing about it. Residents gone, a victim of kidnapping. We keep screaming and still nothing happens. Man, it's driving me insane, making me wanna up and suplex a train. Anyway, when we get back from the break, we gon' meet someone who has something important to say. So grab a little snack, pour something cold, and just chill to the next episode. Come on.
Revolution untelevised tonight, cause it's money bag news with the lies you like. Look at the bad news fighting on a Friday night. If you call it bad news, you're right. I'm providing the coverage for once. Tired of rubbish, and my foes getting wise to the lies they publish. Conflicted interests, some conundrum. They run from the source where the funding comes from. You know what really grinds my gears? When the president disappears, ain't nobody saying shit is weird. We gon' make it all crystal clear with baseball bats, strips, and spears. I got the key to the sound of beat down. Rage unlimited, reach down. I'm standing on mine, 2 feet down. We could reach down, brawl to a pull apart. Mess around there, find out Boulevard.
Like low, moon high, I can see home through a fog light. My hands getting cold, long night. Skin pale, black bird, we'll be alright. Setting sail in the mist, keep it kid close. See the try going in, what we here for? Throw it down, let me hold a couple arrows. But a claim on my lane, let the string go. Now we know we don't have time now to fight back. Breathe. We don't have time now to fight back. Go, let a man grow, let the land flow black. Get my kinfolk all the gold in the sack. Fall in folk deep, no sleep at the snap. I can sleep in a tree, but I'm still in the attack, cause we here now. Boy, you better get a show when we throw down. Ghosts getting close, let me slow down. Whoa, gone looking for a throw now. Till we gone, if it's water in sight, then it's on now.
Wow, that was a really cool block of trailers. I'm really excited for all those games. I'm again, it shows just like the breadth and depth of the space, right? We get a chance to see so many cool games that are going to be hopefully in your hands very, very soon, and get a chance to kind of check those out. Des, what are your thoughts about that amazing kind of dope trailer block that we got a chance to see?
Listen, I'm always super excited to see any of the games that Black Voices and Gaming are showcasing. And I know we got to see a trailer for a game that we are going to be checking out in this next interview, which I'm super excited about. Who are we checking out in the next interview? Because I know you know Kahlief. Like, tell the people.
Absolutely. We get to bring our friend Joseph Hooker to the stage to talk about Trigger and talk about this wonderful game that's coming into the space. Joseph, let's welcome you to the stage and get to hear more from you about all of the work that you're doing in the space and how you got here.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Joseph Hooker. I am a developer out of Oakland, currently working on top-down arcade shooter. I started out just as a kid in high school, making video games as part of a social outreach program, and I got hooked up with Justin along the way, and he's been helping me hone my skills and make releasing this a reality.
So I'm super hyped for this because this fills all those kind of aesthetic needs that I have. This reminds me of so many games that I played as a youngster, and now, you know, kind of being a little bit older and getting a chance to get some of those retro vibes. Talk to us a little bit about Trigger and how you thought about this game coming into the space.
Yeah. I started out like my first games that I ever played were on the main emulator. I played like Galaga and Asteroids on my dad's computer, and so I've always kind of had like an interest in classic arcade games, and so coming into it, like on my first like solo game that I ever wanted to make, I decided that I wanted it to be something that kind of scratched that itch for me, and also felt like how I would do it given what I know now and kind of the modern techniques that can be deployed now that we've kind of come so far in the games industry.
Nice. So I had a question for you. I know that like you've gotten some help from the Black Developer Game Fund, and you mentioned like meeting Justin and like him kind of mentoring you. How did that come about? How did you meet Justin? That like we don't get these stories a lot, but how did you guys connect?
Yeah, I was part of the Game Heads program out of Bay Area, and then during one of the early showcases, Justin came around to see some of the games, and he saw like a very early prototype of Trigger, and said he was interested in helping me get it out in the world.
So we're watching some gameplay currently. We got Des on the sticks. Go through a little bit of info for folks at home who are just getting a chance to see this for the first time about what the game experience is, what the loop is, and how they can best kind of get their score up in the game.
Yeah. So the core game loop is you start out as just like a very simple ship that can turn and then shoot different colors. Turning is like with the shoulder pads, and shooting different colors is ascribed to like each individual button on a controller. So like red is B, green is A, blue is X, and your goal is to just it's an infinite wave arcade shooter. So you just keep fighting enemies until you can't anymore.
All right, so you got to tell me, Des, how's the game feel? How are things moving? You're wrecking it right now.
But I'm just, you know what? This is not the type of game I usually. I'm coming from farming and gambling to saving the universe, basically. So I'm just doing my best right now.
Okay, so talk again about the color changes in the game and what they represent for the folks at home.
Yeah. So each enemy will spawn with a given color, and while you can hurt them with a color that doesn't match, you're gonna get the most points and the most drops by doing color matching. So hit the enemy hit the red enemy with the red shot, hit the green enemy with the green shot, hit the blue enemy with the blue shot.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that brings in so many different versions or kind of, permutations on how you can kind of play the game and get the best effect once you're kind of already on the sticks. And you talked a little bit about Galaga being a inspiration here. What were some other games you played, throughout your game playing time that really kind of informed Trigger and what you were trying to build?
Yeah. Obviously, Ikaruga.
Yes.
Zero Ranger. That's kind of a newer one that I really loved playing that.
Oh my god!
During the pandemic.
Sorry. I just realized that the colors correlate with the buttons on my controller. I am so dumb.
Man.
Don't mind me.
Yeah.
No, I love that.
And then there's some like Toho. That's kind of a deeper cut for those who aren't in the top-down scene. And then I was also inspired by like a lot of roguelites. So there's like an upgrade system after you defeat a boss that will modify how you can play the game. So like if you're maybe not all that good at color matching, for example, there are certain upgrades that'll allow you to like have higher firepower. Yeah, the green things will help.
The green things heal me.
Yeah.
No. Listen, y'all, this is not my first time playing the game. Whatever.
Des, what are your thoughts so far? I mean, you're rocking it right now. You're getting it done.
I mean, like, the fact that I haven't died yet, I'm not gonna say I'm a professional at it, but
oh, I love this. This just gives me so many vibes of games that I just loved playing as a kid. And there's some early Xbox games that I remember being very close to this too. Like, why can't I think of it right now? I just fell off the tip of my tongue. But I played so many hours of that game. For the folks, also, here's a quick question for you. In a game that has color matching like this, do you have any options in there, or you're working on the options for accessibility stuff for like color blindness and things like that too?
Yeah. I have systems in place right now that are going to allow for both changing the colors themselves that are present in the game. So if you wanted to make red an entirely different color, that's a possibility for you, as well as having just like preset modes for the different kinds of color blindness, so that like certain colors will be like closer to white than the actual color themselves. So like if you have red-green color blindness, I can switch the color like green to white using a post-processing effect, so that you can differentiate better. Yeah,
that's super cool. So how long have you been working on the game again?
I've been working on it on and off while I've been like going to school for about like 4 years now. Oh yeah, and then here's the upgrading system.
I like this. Ooh, yeah. This is cool.
So if you turn, you can choose. Yep.
Pick which ones I want to.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that one.
Just from a visual aesthetic process, yeah, like even the visual aesthetic of that just really made me happy. That's super cool. I just like that.
Yeah,
it's very, very clean in that respect too.
Okay, blue.
What has been the kind of most interesting thing that you found out about the development process during your time making this game? I think everybody, once you've made a game or you're starting to make your first game or even your second or third, you end up pulling away with some tidbits of things that you learn that kind of influence the next layer of development. What has that been like for you, especially as you're doing this not full time, you're doing this kind of, in between, your schooling and things like that?
Yeah, I learned that it's very, like when you're working on a game like this, it's a lot about like what you don't include than what you do include. So like a lot of this is about restraint, like not like going overboard, because it's trying to harken towards certain things and certain aesthetics. And so a lot of this has been like me adding something and then me like going, okay, does this contribute to what I'm going for, or is this like overloading the player, overloading the aesthetic, and kind of clashing a bit. like kind of going through that process over and over again until I have something that I'm happy with.
That's fantastic.
I want to be a part of this conversation, but I just can't. I'm like so focused.
Anytime you want to jump in with any questions or any findings that you have, it's just totally fine. I got questions on questions.
I'm gonna let you handle it. I'm not a boss again.
Also, this has really fantastic music. Talk a little bit about that too, because I think that's a driver for games like this in a real way.
Yeah. I had an awesome composer come in and be able to develop compose some music for me called Tony Lays, and he just was able to pick up on the vibe I was going for from my initial documents, like from the jump. So it's been very very nice to be able to just like have that opportunity to work with someone like that, and then as well like with just other artists, being able to like work on them with my vision for something.
Yeah, I love that, and also the name of the game Trigger is a play on trigger. Is that the call there?
Yeah, it's like triple trigger.
Sorry, I like that a lot. That's super cool. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. I'm very, very excited about getting my hands on this and getting a chance to play this. Any last thoughts about the process of kind of going through and making this, or again one of the things that you want to pull for the player who's going to be checking this out?
Yeah, sure. I would say like the point of the game is to kind of be hard and to be a bit frustrating.
You say that again.
And unforgiving at times. So like, I would definitely say go into this with the mindset of like it's designed to piss you off at certain points, because that's what I'm trying to get at, is kind of that classic like quarter eating machine kind of thing.
I like that back of the box quote. Bound to piss you off. But I love that. Again, like I think games like this, they give me that old school feel that I miss a lot. I'm a big score hunter, quarter muncher kind of person when it comes to games like this. It feels very much like a game that speaks to that old school arcade feel. And just the aesthetic too just has a lot of that. I remember that asteroids kind of vibe, right? Those geometric shapes kind of pulling through and being the enemies that you have to fight through to get to the scores that you want to get to. If of all the folks that you've had a chance to kind of test this and play with it, give me the goods. Who's the best so far? Who's the person who we have to look out for on the leaderboards to make sure that we're taking them down? Is it you or is it Dez?
Yeah.
So far, I think,
you've been pretty good. So far, I think I've been the one that's been doing the best. I will say that like more recently I've had other people from the mix be able to get on it, and there's a guy, Andre, who's been able to quickly kind of get up the leaderboard and very much challenge me a bit. And so I'm making adjustments.
So Andre, huh?
You're making adjustments, huh?
So Andre, huh? We got to come for Andre. We got to get Andre off the boards.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be practicing so I can get up there with you and Andre. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm proud of myself. I thought I was gonna die immediately, and I got to like the third wave. I'm pretty. It's actually a lot of fun. And I do remember y'all, this is like old school, but going to the laundromat because there was always arcade machines there with my grandmother and like playing these type of games like Snake and stuff. And like, it definitely, like if you were trying to pull on some nostalgia strings, you got it with this game. Absolutely.
Awesome.
You've sold me. I am ready to get down and take Andre out of here. I got to get Andre done out of here. You're not.
You better look out, Andre.
I'm taking the spot from you. We're gonna make it happen in a real way. Justin, before we let you go, give the folks at home a little bit more information about where they can find out more about the game, more about your work, and more about Trigger in general.
Yeah. You can find me at JoeDevs on Twitter, and there isn't going to be a lot about that like right now, but there's going to be more coming out after we do a mixed showcase at GDC. So yeah, stay tuned for updates on that. Yeah.
Awesome. Joseph, thank you so much for being with us today. So excited to hear more. I'm finally going to get some hands-on with this. Now you said it's going to be at GDC. That's going to be fantastic. Again, Andre, I'm coming for you. Taking your scores
taking you down. Team BVIG.
Right? You're just going to see it in the scores right there. Just see BVIG in there, and they're going to be like, what happened? Who's this? Thank you again, Joseph, for rocking with us. Des, any other last thoughts for Joseph before we let him go?
Listen, I think this game is incredible. I had a lot of fun. When I first started it, I was like, oh man, this is not my type of game. I'm gonna embarrass myself on screen. But no, it was fun. And just, proud of you and your creativity and the work that you put in always. And thank you for coming on to BVIG. Thank you for telling us how you met Justin and how that all came about, because these are the kind of stories that we want to share when we do our showcase. So yeah, good luck to you and all your future endeavors.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very, very cool. That was Joseph Hooker, everybody, coming and bringing us Trigger to check out. I'm very, very excited because now I have another score chaser game to play. Games like this are the ones that those are my before I go to bed games, where people are like, don't play anything stressful before you go to bed. I love to play games that are a little bit stressful before they go to bed. It really calms me down.
Kahlief stresses out as his wind down. Thank you.
I watch horror movies before I go to bed. I play stressful video games, but because I don't care about my life. But it was dope to see you rock it. You did a really good job on playing that.
Thank you.
Getting to level 3.
I want everybody to know that was my first time playing. I know I sound facetious right now, but for real, that was my first time. I was my first time playing, so I'm pretty proud of that. It wasn't no Animal Crossing where it's just easy. There's some skill. Actually, playing the game makes me feel like I'm a better gamer. So for anybody who has anything to say, watch it. I hope you saw that.
Take coming that, for Andre. You, Andre. Watch that, Andre. You saw how Des rocked it. Watch out, Andre. Coming for you, wherever you may be.
Awesome. Well, guys, listen, we still have so much more to show you, but don't forget to check out our Steam store, and don't forget to wishlist all the games that you've seen on today's showcase, as well as those that you've seen in the past. And I'm pretty excited because we have a new guest coming up. She's incredible. She's done so much for the gaming community. We're going to watch a quick video, but let's get it rolling for Letta J.
It's the grand opening for Coexist game. There's commercial spot right here on 38th Street between 9th and 8th. It is lit.
The energy in here is amazing. You're walking in a completely different world.
It's like a gaming club in New York where people can come, content creators and music people, and just connect. It's really dope.
There's a whole party going on. Oh man, if you're a gamer, you would definitely love this place.
There's all these classic games that you can play.
They have over 2,000 games, from a Neo Geo, Super Nintendo.
On the first floor, there's a bunch of arcade games. In the back, we have the Citadel. People are chilling in the lounge. Upstairs, we have tournaments, NBA 2K22.
They have a bottom floor was a lounge. They got ping pong downstairs. They have the big Uno cards.
People performing and stuff like that.
They have a studio. I'm into music, so that was super dope for me.
Coexist is a place where creatives come together. It's games, it's music, it's art. It's a lot of creatives coming in one space, really enjoying the company of people who they would have never met outside of a space like this.
People who will never coexist outside can step in these doors and meet a whole nother branch of friends that they probably would not have connected with outside. I'm the type of person that I see you walking on the street and in my head, I want to be your friend, but I'm like, we're in New York, we don't do that. In Coexist, you can do that.
You meet people and they have that same energy and it just builds as a collective.
I think this is a good spot for anybody who's not even a gamer because you can chill, you can drink, you can vibe, network.
Everyone has a space here at Coexist Gaming.
Even if you don't play games, there's still a chance to connect with people.
I've met 2 girls here And I'm like, oh, how long have you guys known each other? And they're like, we just met here. And now we're a group of people hanging out. And I'm sure at some point we'll collab on music. This is the place for that kind of energy to consistently be that way. I've never felt anything like this before.
It's all love here. I feel like everyone's trying to meet people for genuine like connections.
We're gonna vibe and we're gonna talk, and Coexist lets it all come together in one spot.
Oh, also you have people that will bust my ass in Smash Bros, so that's too.
So incredible. And I know you talked about touring in Japan. I used to live in Korea for like 5 years, so I've been to Japan a couple of times, and like just I totally understood what you were talking about, walking in and just losing yourself because there's so much going on in those spaces. And I think one of the places I went to was in Okinawa, and it was like this gaming bar. So when I saw Coexist, I was like, yo, food, games, people who look like you, which is so important, loving the same things you do is just, I love that you're putting this together. I can't believe you're putting, listen, I was excited about Coexist, but now you're saying you've got a magazine coming out with cosplay, and that's really important just because I feel like Black cosplayers don't get enough recognition. And they get hated on a lot for cosplaying characters they like. And it's just ridiculous. So I love that you're showcasing that. Can you tell me a little more about this convention? Because I want to go, and I'm sure everybody else who's watching wants to go. So please, like, give us more details about this.
Of course. Well, so, I mean, one of the biggest milestones that I've reached is bringing, we ended up having 3 locations in Brooklyn, and they were all residential spaces. So literally 2 duplexes and a townhouse, because we kept outgrowing them, but they also serve different purposes. The goal was to finally get to our first commercial space, which we did at the end of last year. So we have this beautiful 3-level space, a little under 4,000 square feet, right in the heart of just Midtown Manhattan, steps from Times Square. And the goal is to bring back that convention that we started with in the first place. This amazing experience. But this is going to be a 2-day con. So Saturday and Sunday, 12 to 12, where it's all the things we love. One of the really cool things that we did in the competitive scene was we took, normally you'll go to like a 2K tournament, or you'll go to like Overwatch, and everybody's there to see that particular game. But we would have an itinerary of 5 to 7 tournaments happening in one day. So like 3 o'clock, there's someone Tekken in the PlayStation Lounge, 2K's down over here, Smashes in the Nintendo Lounge. We had Connect 4 tournaments, like really cool stuff for casual gamers too. And it was so inclusive that what was happening is people that were only seeing people that they normally streamed, they actually saw them in real time. So we were really bringing communities together. And there were so many gamers are creative, right? So we were did dance battles. We did live performances. We did cosplay fashion shows. We have anime trivia. And now it's just kind of like up in the ante, so everything is just another level. We actually did kind of a really special event that was the precursor to the Coexist Con. We had Chuck Huber, voiceover actor, come through who plays tons of characters on My Hero Academia, Naruto, and Hunter x Hunter. And so, it was so dope. So this is why I was excited. At DICE, I met Chris Judge, who plays Kratos, and literally I got his info, and I'm trying to get him to come to a con. And so he texted me, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, Chris Judge, just text my phone. And so I'm really excited to bring kind of like, I tell everyone we are inclusive, right? We're inclusive. We don't turn anyone away. But of course I would be remiss as a woman of color not to highlight and support and represent us. We need that support. And so one of the most exciting things that I'm excited about the con is that we're doing an entire area for developers. So now the developers don't have to be separated from the rest of the community. I want to bridge the gap between esports and development, and this is what that looks like.
Oh my God. Look, I think you're doing so many amazing things. Not only are you here, Black Voices in Gaming, talking about it, but you're out there doing it in your own way. And I love the message of togetherness. that really like it just encompasses the whole thing that you're doing, which is really beautiful, because I think within the industry there's times that we really separate ourselves, like, oh, you're not a true gamer, or you only play this type of game, and it just doesn't matter. Like, people should enjoy games the way they enjoy it, anime, cosplay. And so, all right, I know this event is happening.
Yes.
I'm very excited. Like, I'm like shaking excited because I want to go. Where can we find out more information and keep up to date with just all the things that you're doing, all the things with Coexist? Like, how do we find that information if we want?
Yes. So right now, everything's available on our website. You go to coexistgaming.com, and there's a tab for events on the homepage. So we're actually announcing the con at the top of next week. April 1st and 2nd are the dates. I know. So I'm really excited. You know, it's the first one, and we just want the community to come out, support, meet, network, experience everything, come in their best cosplay, and just really, really have a great time coexisting. I'm going to tell you this, the most exciting part for me is that it's a monthly con. So every month we will literally be hosting a 2-day con. So it's just a really dope opportunity to continue building community like we always have.
No,
we shouldn't have to wait once a year, right?
We shouldn't have to. And I love that you're doing it once a month, because like, if I think that just makes it accessible, which is really important, right? Because not everybody can go at a certain time of the year, but if you do it all year long, like, that's incredible. Because when you said April, I was like, how am I gonna make this work? But now that I know, I'm so excited for it. Listen, I want to tell, I know we don't really know each other, but like from this point on, you're about to be bestie. Like, you're going to be in my top 5.
Clearly. Yes.
But I want to say, from one Black female creator and being in the industry, how proud I am of your successes, and that like, I truly, truly hope that you reach all the goals that you want to reach, because I can see right now that like, you're not just doing it for you, you're doing it for the culture and the community, and there's just not enough of us doing that. So I am super proud of you.
Thank you so
much. And I just
much.
think that's incredible. Yeah, no. But guys, listen, please, if you want to find out more about the cons, which she just dropped, they're happening once a month, so this is incredible. And you want to find out more about Coexist, or you just want to find out more about Letta and her music, which I'm gonna jump on in just a second, because I do want to talk about your music. That is a huge part of your life. Do not forget to check out their website. So before we wrap it up, can you tell me a little bit about your music journey? Because I know we've talked about coexisting, but I feel like music is so ingrained into Black culture that like we have to talk about that. I could not I couldn't end the interview without you telling me a little bit more about your journey in the music world.
Well, it feels like it's been so long, because I've been singing since I was a little girl. I started playing the violin, the viola, the cello when I was 5, and the alto sax when I was 9, and the piano when I was 12, and then the guitar when I was 15. And performing at UIL competitions, I was classically trained. I used to sing in opera and all of that. And so it's been a really big part of my life. And so I moved to New York and signed my first record deal. It's been years ago now. But all of the lessons I've learned, like the music I created. So when I was signed under Motown, I was actually kind of a pop rock artist. So my tours have always been international. And I'm dropping a single this year, and I'm very excited about it, because it's actually, a lot of people don't know, but like, I'm Dominican. And so it's funny, because there's this meme where you're like hanging with your Black friends, and then they find out you're Dominican too. And so you're like, you're like, bendición, mami. And they're like, I don't even know you know? But it's funny, because the song is in English and Spanish. And so it's called Patron, which means boss in Spanish. And so it's very much a tribute to women, and just like empowering boss. I don't know if we can curse on here. I was about to say empowering boss, please, but
boss big. No, I know.
You know what I mean? Exactly. But just everything. And it's like, it's a very powerful song lyrically, even though it's in English and Spanish. And it's something that I just want, to just kind of, it's like where I'm at right now. And so I'm excited that I feel more free musically than I have, because record labels are changing, but they are just not the most supportive of your creative journey in terms of, it's just a tough game. And so every creative wants to be able to make a living off of doing what they love. But you don't want to have to deal with men who abuse their power and their positions of authority. And it is a really unfortunate part of that industry. So I sort of set out on this path to just create opportunities for people through music. And thankfully, gaming allows me to do that too. So I created our Coexist Music Monday program. It's kind of interesting how I literally redirected everything I love into gaming, because gaming is, like, development particularly, is as creative as it is technical. So I get to be an engineer, I get to be a recording artist, I get to be a competitive gamer, I get to be a chef, I get to be a som, I get to be all the things that I am, unapologetically, authentically, and I get to show other people that they can too. And that's my life's work. It's the most fulfilling thing to me in the world. I'm really grateful.
That's what's up. Oh my God. You are just a jewel. I'm so serious. I wish I could talk to you for like ever, but
I know we're gonna have to talk offline.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk offline, because I want to help however I can, because I'm all about representation and inclusion. Letta J, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing a part of your journey. Guys, do not miss out. Go check her out. If you don't understand how dope she is just from the 20 minutes you got to listen to her, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on, and don't be a stranger. Yeah,
I won't. We out here. I'm gonna see you at GDC. We vibing. I love it. We coexisting. You know the energy.
Yes.
You feel it,
guys? I feel it. It's like, listen, I grew up loving Jim and the Holograms, and I totally felt that right then. Like, the synergy is there. But before we drop off, really quickly, one more time, where can people find you? Drop your socials so we can keep up with what Letta J is up to.
Yes, so you can hit me directly at Letta J Music. That's LETTA J Music. But of course, you need to follow everything Coexist. So it's Coexist Gaming on Instagram, Coexist Gaming GG on Twitter. But if you go to our website, all of our links to all of the platforms are actually at the top and the bottom of the website. We'd love to coexist with you. Pull up, holla at your girl. Let's keep the progress moving forward.
That's what's up. Thanks, Jay. We will keep going. Jay has been such an incredible guest, and we have more guests coming up. So, actually, we don't have any more guests coming up. We saved the best for last. Aww. You are actually our last guest.
Oh, well, I love that. I'm honored, and I had an amazing time.
No, thank you. All right, so guys, we're about to do our wrap up. We're going to bring Kahlief back, and he's going to help me out as we basically end our show with a banger. So we'll see you in just a second. Yo, that was incredible. I'm always super amazed at the talent and all the hard work that goes into developing these games and just making moves in the industry on their own. Like, that's Jay's story with like Coexist is incredible. I want to go to New York. Like, I'm in Tennessee. We don't have that here. Kahlief, tell me, what did you think about the show? What did you think about our guest?
Again, it's one of the things I love about BVIG is that we get a chance to see all these amazing devs and all these folks from all these corners of the world talk about their experiences and how they're making games better. It is one of the best things on the planet, and just so excited that I got a chance to be a part of it and rock with all of you at home. Jay was amazing. Zalavir, fantastic. Gerald continues to kill it with everything that he does. So we had a really banger of a show today for sure.
We really did. And that's what's up. And you know what? Before we go into thanking everyone again, I want to thank you, the viewer, and those of you who have taken the time to donate to our Tiltify. It means so much to us. Like, we really, really appreciate it. And yeah, that's from the bottom of my heart and all the developers. And I'm sure I can speak on Kahlief. Like, we're all just like really thankful. Thank you. Thank you. I know that seems like sarcastic, but it's not. I really do want you to know that like you're special and we appreciate all your views, your likes, your thumbs ups, and your shares. But we are at the end of the show. And what we like to do at the end of the show is throw another thank you and show our appreciation to all those who have helped us get here where we are today. So let's roll it with the sponsors. Our partners for today's showcase. Listen, like we said, PlayStation, silver sponsor. I have been rocking with PlayStation forever. I still rock my PS3. I don't care what anybody says. It's hooked up in my room. I'll be watching Netflix, YouTube, playing games, all kinds of stuff. Do you have any of your old systems, Kahlief?
I do. I have a PS3. It's in my house somewhere, rocking, collecting dust, but bringing home memories. It's great. I love the PlayStation brand for sure.
See, PS3 is where it's at. Also, we'd like to thank our silver sponsor, ID at Xbox. I got my first Xbox last year, and as I said earlier, listen, I'm just waiting for my way to Wakanda, my way through all the games, and get the Black Panther one because it's so dope. And also, can I just say, y'all are doing the thing, Xbox. Like, the whole custom thing is dope. And Kahlief didn't say he wanted one, but Kahlief wants one too. So I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie and say, you know, for Wakanda Forever edition just showed up at my doorstep, I wouldn't take it. I'd be totally excited about it. And shout out to the folks at ID at Xbox for that.
Oh yeah. Also, Riot, thank you so much. Listen, I know I said I was trash at your games, but I think you guys have done an amazing job. Not to mention that League of Legends is one of the first games with like true accessibility for free play for all players. The only things you're playing for are like aesthetics, and that doesn't even affect your game. So that's really dope because they're the first ones to kind of do that. So I didn't say that earlier, but y'all are doing the thing. Also, we'd like to thank our other sponsors, Raw Fury. We couldn't do this without your help, Razer. If you love PC gaming like I do, Razer's easily in my top 3. And Wilson Sonsini. Listen, every time I say that name, I get really hungry for pasta. It just rolls off the tongue. But they're a legal firm looking to get some action in the video game sector. And listen, we welcome you because we need that. As we're growing, we definitely need people who are helping us legally. We also want to say thanks to the Mix team and Media One. They have continued to break barriers and build a foundation for indie developers, and it's been an amazing journey to watch. But Kahlief, I know you wanted to add some stuff in here, so I'm going to throw it to you. I've talked too much already.
I mean, we got to give some love as well to our broadcasting partners because they help us bring this show to all of you at home. So we have to give love to our folks from Twitch Gaming, IGN, Steam, GameSpot, and Game Jolt. It is fantastic to be able to do this work alongside all of them. If you're watching the show right now, please go check out our Steam event page as well. Don't forget to check that out at the Mix event page on Steam, where you can go and learn more about the BVIG titles. You can buy some of those available games, or you can add them to your wish list as well. And wish lists help the devs a ton. So make sure that you go and add the games you might have seen today on there as well. And before we go, we got to talk about all the wonderful folks who are donating and giving us some love on the merch and social sides. One of the amazing things that we get to do here at Black Voices in Gaming is that, you know, we go from a showcase to a nonprofit. It's been great to kind of build this out and get bigger and be able to do that work, which is helping so many developers reach their dreams and creating and releasing their own games. So if you want to help and support some of the devs that you've seen and some of the games you've seen today, please go check out our other showcases and be sure to go over there and go check out the BVIG Gaming Tiltify page as well. So make sure you're donating on that side of the fence too. If you want to go out and get some more dope drip too, you got to go check out the BVIG shirts. I need one in a 3X. I need that because I'm a chunky boy, so I got to get that into the mix as well. So if you want to go to the merch spot, go check that out as well. And before we go, if you got to give us some love on socials, give it up to our friends over at BVIG. The family is here. You can follow Black Voices in Gaming at BVIG Gaming on Twitter, at Black Voices in Gaming on IG, and everywhere else. You can go check out the work that we do at blackvoicesingaming.com. org. So, Des, it has been so dope to be able to do this with you. I have to give a massive amount of love and shout outs to the entire BVIG team for letting me rock today. You know how much I love working with all of y'all. I want to continue to uplift as many folks as we possibly can. So thank you all for having me and doing it for the culture. I'm just honored to be, in the mix, pun intended, in terms of all that, how that goes. And if you want to catch up with more of the work that I get a chance to do in the gaming space, please go make sure you check out Spawn on Me. We're on all podcast platforms as well. Check out @Kahlief Adams on Twitter. And yeah, we have our 3rd annual Spawnies Awards. You'll be able to see that in early 2024. So make sure you're checking that out.
Nice. I'll be there. I will try to be there. I want to be there. But folks, that's it for our showcase today. But before we go, like I said, I wanted to thank you, the viewer, for being here and rocking with us. I hope you enjoyed yourself, because I know Kahlief and I had a blast introducing some new games, developers, and people making moves in the industry doing their own thing. If you saw a game today that piqued your interest, be sure to go wishlist it. Follow the developers and our other guests on their social media platforms and hit us up and tell us what you thought. Remember that BVIG isn't just a showcase, but it's now a nonprofit. So if you'd like to support us and the developers, head on over to the Tiltify and donate. No amount is too small, and we truly appreciate it. You're helping us to make sure that Black developers can be seen and heard. Representation matters, and that's why we're working so hard to make sure that you see us and you hear us. As always, it's been a pleasure. My name is Destinee, and you can find me at DMBC32 over at Twitter, or check me out over at Double XP, which is a podcast at Level 1 Gaming, where I'll be chilling with the family. Thanks so much for joining us today. Happy gaming, and we'll catch you next time. Bye.